What a glorious venue this place is. Mount Panorama, about 3 hours west of Sydney, and it is round number one of the Ferrari Challenge Australasia for season 2026. They start their championship at this wonderful venue, and it will comprise of all the states throughout this wonderful country in season 2026. And of course, this place we know so well, this part of Australia, 23 turns in total, 6.213 kilometres. And for some of these drivers, it's their debut in a race car this weekend. There is no more challenging racetrack in Australia to make your debut than at this particular place. And as the cars go across Skyline in one of these Ferrari Challenge, 220 kilometres an hour at the tipping point at Skyline. A lot to look forward to. We've got half an hour for qualifying session number one, for race number one, which will be coming up this afternoon as well. Brian van der Wacker here alongside Renato Liberto, who joins me in commentary for this one. We've built up towards this session, Ren, and we're thoroughly looking forward to it. You reckon there might be within the vicinity of a 2:05 in this half-hour session?
I'm not wearing a hat, Brian, but if I was, I'll eat it if there's a 2:05. I think, look, our front runners, Antoine, Enzo from last year, and also now Rick Armstrong, who was quickest in our practice. I think there's the speed in the track at the moment for these guys to get to a 2:05. And, you know, I think if one of them does, there'll be two or three that carry along at that same sort of pace.
The track is certainly ramped up in temperature. It's currently 45 degrees track temperature. The ambient temperature is still at 21, and there's quite a strong easterly breeze rolling through at about 22 kilometres per hour. The fans at the top of Mount Panorama will certainly know about that, because it has been quite blustery throughout the course of today. This morning, incidentally, we saw track temperatures of just 16 degrees, so considerably different, but that will probably help the times you would suspect in this qualifying session, because with the Pirelli rubber, the times that we saw this morning in those cool conditions, very hard to get to sort of judge, I guess you would say.
Absolutely, and probably the one other thing as well with our regulations for this category is we're now into their tyre bank. Up until now, FP1 and 2, most of them are on scrubbed tyres, you know, older stock that have had some running on a test day. Now they have to be on a green tyre at this point. After Q1, they could be on greens for race one, or they could use the used tyres from Q1 in race one. So this should be the first full green tyre run we see for the whole grid. So
the qualifying time we saw last year in qualifying session number one was a 2:08 flat. We saw that eclipsed already in practice session number two this morning by Rick Armstrong at a 2:07.7. So already we are considerably quicker than last year. And if you think of a form guide, Antoine Gattani is going to be very tough to beat, you would think. He was dominant throughout season 2025, comes into 2026 with number one on the car. He's got to be the man to beat, you would think, this weekend.
Yeah, that's right. And look, his strategy last year was stay out and keep lapping to see if he can go faster in qualifying, whereas Enzo Cheng's strategy was bank a fast lap, put 4 or 5, circuits on the tyres, and then save those tyres for later on. That really helped Enzo throughout the year last year, I think, at the end of his race pace. I think the strategy here for Antoine's going to be doing less laps than last year. However, I think he's trying to get a quick lap done before they start playing with traffic across the lap as well, because the only chance to get a super clean lap here could be in the first 5 minutes of the session.
So out of the 8 qualifying sessions last year that Antoine competed in, he got 6 pole positions outright. So he was very strong at this point of a weekend in order to gain that initial track position, and then he would go on to win basically those 6 races as well before Enzo Cheng dominated and got the better of him at the Bend last year. And for Enzo Cheng, steps up now into the main class as well. So that's going to be a real battle that we'll watch out for throughout the course of season 2026, how those two drivers really interact and go for that championship.
That's right. I mean, they both had very different approaches last year, and probably the main thing is being in those separate categories. Whilst they were racing outright at times, they would still both get the first place trophy, whereas there is now only one first place trophy available to those two guys. So we'll see just how competitive they become this afternoon.
And championship points up for grabs for pole?
Yeah, so 15 championship points for pole, but sorry, one point for pole, but 15 for the race. So that 1 point can make all the difference over the course of the year.
And is that in each class as well, or outright?
In each class, yeah. There's a separate set of points available for each class. We don't have sort of a handicap trophy, as you might say, between the classes. They are always individual, but there is chances for pole position in each class, fastest lap in the races in each class, and in the podium.
So the first marker set down by Antoine Gattani, a 2-minute 10.1. You would expect that that time will progressively get quicker as the session goes on. No one really bettering that time, at least within the first couple of sectors anyway. Jim Pollicino won't be too far away. Likewise, Rick Armstrong now bringing it down into Meguiar's Murray's Corner to complete a lap. Rick was very quick in that earlier practice session, going to the top of the timesheet to go second already, but at 2-minute 14. Again, these drivers just slowly getting these tyres up to working temps and pressures.
And you can see there Jim Pollicino as well, who was on the sort of just off the back end of that top three in practice, sitting in behind Rick. And I think that's a pretty strategic move in terms of just watching him and just seeing if he can find an extra couple of tenths just by towing that slightly quicker car.
Rod Wilson, with so much experience, comes across the line. This morning, Rod was position number 4. So far in the early point of this session, he's position number 6, but not really a representative lap time that you would expect. Gattani's going on with it here, so he's just done a 51 to the first timing intimate across the top of Mount Panorama. He now comes down the S's and into Forest Elbow. We'll get an understanding as to what his pace is across the top when he comes across the second timing split here in just a moment. And he does a 35.1 to the second split, so he will improve on this lap time as long as he gets it right, heading down into the chase.
And what will be interesting here again is he's got that clean air. He doesn't have anyone else in front or behind of him to sort of distract him at this point, so it really is just about him placing that car. 291 into the chase of the speed marker there as well. A little bit more pace than we saw of him in the early sessions this morning, so it'll be interesting again to see if he's made a wing change or any adjustments, or he's just pushing that little bit harder.
The numbers suggest sometimes that you can do 300 kilometres per hour in one of these cars when the wind is right, the conditions are right. A little bit of traffic here for Gattani as he comes through Meguiar's Murray's Corner, but he does a new lap record for Ferrari Challenge at Mount Panorama at 2:06, the first man to do it, 2:06.9. Very handsome lap time indeed to set the first marker here in qualifying.
That's just, as I mentioned a couple of laps ago, this is that window we're seeing now where all of a sudden he's starting to slot into traffic. He's judged that either absolutely genius in terms of finishing that lap to put the car on pole with a record time, because the other guys may not have so much clean air under the track for to make the course successful.
Rick Armstrong, the next man across the line here, position 2 so far, stays there at the moment. I'm looking at Enzo Cheng though. He wasn't too bad to the first intermediate, not too bad to the second, and he comes across the line and goes position number 2 at a 2:09 flat. So the margin from first back to second is exactly 2 seconds right now, and Cheng, like we mentioned, will take that fight to Gattani throughout the course of season 2026, but at the moment only good enough for P2.
And what will be interesting to see is the sectors here for Antoine, whether he sort of really buttons off and tries to save the tyre and comes in now to actually pressure the tyres down and have another crack at it.
Fabulous slow-mo shots of Gattani going through the grate here at the top of Mount Panorama. A lot of load on the front end of that car. Great description here of how the S-duct works as well. So the front splitter of that car raised in the middle section of the machine, and that's to prevent, or sorry, I should say, produce the air underneath the car to go up through the bonnet basically and over the top of the car to create that S-duct format.
That's right. So a very, very good way of reducing drag while sort of improving downforce. These cars, the 296s, will generate about 870 kilos of downforce, 650 k's an hour. So you're probably looking at 750 to 800 kilos across the top at the sort of average speed they're doing, which really helps the stability there. And as you say, all of those little winglets and everything you can see in the front are there for a reason. It's not, you know, we're not at a car show anymore. This is all about going as fast as possible around this racetrack.
It's what these drivers are doing at the moment. Enzo Cheng just going through the screen with a 2-minute 9 flat that we saw a short time ago. Picked up some poles towards the back end of last year at the Bend. Was very, very strong, stepping up from the Copper Shell class this year as well. Enzo's always a great character, isn't he? Every time that you guys speak to him on the grid, he's always, you know, bright-eyed and bushy and ready for the challenge ahead. He's a great competitor. He
is, and he's, you know, we kept commenting on it last year as well. He's sort of super mature at that point. He's sitting on the grid, you know, battling for the lead, out of class at that time as well. We were sort of punching above his weight, but he was always so calm and he was always so clear in what he wanted to achieve on that first lap. And almost every time we had those conversations, he would execute it flawlessly.
For joining our coverage for the first time this weekend, 3 different classes in Ferrari Challenge Australasia, and the best way to describe and and create the difference between the classes is looking at that windscreen banner. So red signifies Trofeo Pirelli, yellow is Copper Shell, and then the blue windscreen banner is for Trofeo Pirelli 488, and of course the different generation car, the 488 here this weekend too.
And those cars, obviously, you know, still a new car. They're still a very, very fast race car, the 488s. The twin-turbo V8 engine producing just under 700 horsepower, which is enough. Yeah. But the 296 is 700 horsepower. Probably the big thing with that V6 engine, in the 296, it's not hybrid. The road car does have a hybridization system, giving it an extra 100 horsepower. But in the race car, it is just a twin-turbo V6 for 700 horsepower.
You say just, but there's still some very impressive numbers, aren't they? So in amongst all that, whilst we were chatting there a moment ago, Rick Armstrong's gone into position number 2 at a 2:07.4, so he's just under half a second away, in fact, from Gattani out in front. So a strong showing again from Rick, and as we mentioned in the earlier session, he's done a lot of racing over in his home country of New Zealand throughout what is our off-season, but very much their on-season with a lot of the summer series that they have, and he's done a lot of Porsche racing over the years, but enjoying the challenge of being in these Ferraris here this weekend.
And that's what we're talking about. There's Rick on screen there with Jim behind him. You know, the two cars now getting bunched up and catching that slower traffic now. They're trying to sort of find their air. So it'll be interesting if now they've bunched up a bit, if that helps Jim pull those extra couple of tenths out of the car. Because there is a little bit of a gap there, about 6 tenths to Enzo at the moment between Jim and Enzo. And that's representative of last year. There was always a little bit of a gap there, but Jim really sort of changed his sort of tune this year, and I think he's going to be much more competitive than last year in terms of battling at the front.
Jim already wanting some of that cleaner air as he heads down into the chase and gets past Armstrong here, and just continuing to work those tyres here before he goes for another lap. Looks like Rick bringing that car back into the lane as well. Still plenty of time left here. Just over 17.5 minutes remaining in qualifying session 1 here for what will be race number 1 a little bit later on this afternoon. The way the format works, we'll have another qualifying session tomorrow for what will be race number 2. Moment there, just going through the cutting. That's Ross Tamain, I think, there that might have had that moment in that yellow machine.
You see so many cars, you know, in that position, in there, just slightly offline. It's a bit dusty offline there. The car gets a little bit loose. He's done well to kind of gather it up and keep the car square and obviously keep this session green.
Pretty easy to do there to unsettle the race car. It's got some nice banking in the turn, but then flattens out once you get out of the cutting. And then typically you've got to have a little lift before the crest of the right-hander for the next turn. Difficult little part of the racetrack to get right, and that's where things like traction control in these cars certainly do help and aid the drivers in situations like that. Rick Armstrong here on screen on the right-hand side, just catching a breath, probably chatting with the team, understanding where he can probably go quicker. Of course, most of these drivers all have coaches as well, and it's not just a fact of telling them where to go quicker and how to go quicker, but they're sort of commentating through the race because they are constantly on the radio letting them know where the improvements are.
That's right. I mean, it's one of the great things about this category is having, you know, dedicated coach and engineer for these drivers, and it's as much about teaching them or getting them to extract the performance for a lap time, but then when we go into race mode, they do kind of start to, I guess, help them read the race and understand that racecraft a little bit more. And, you know, I guess it's like the spotter in NASCAR. We've got someone able to watch the TV or watch the timing screens and be able to provide some live feedback to the drivers on how to sort of, I guess, best orchestrate the pass or close the gap on the cars in front of you, like, without hurting the tyres too much.
When we speak of pole positions here in the category, it's vitally important to be on that pole because 9 times out of 10 last year, the winner started from pole position. So you can realise the importance here of what these drivers are trying to achieve here in this qualifying session as Enzo Cheng brings the 17 Ferrari back down into the final corner and down the main straight. And he'll probably go for a lap this time by because that last lap wasn't representative for what he can possibly do.
It's great to see as well from our Trofeo Pirelli 488 class, Richard Moore there from NZ has put the car into P5 outright. You know, when you get an experienced driver in one of those cars, it really does show the potential of that older chassis.
Doesn't quite create as much downforce as what one of the 298 cars does, but still a very impressive machine in itself.
and it does have a slightly smaller front and rear tyre. So, you know, you're working with less mechanical grip, and you do need to manage that front tyre a little bit better for the course of a, you know, a 30-minute or a 45-minute race we do at some events as well. So that's obviously something with his experience he'll probably manage quite well with the car, but it's still a very, very quick race car.
Adjusting pressures now before going back out for a second run as well. Great shots there as well of the brake discs in these cars. We mentioned before, carbon ceramic, the plus variant. So what that means is it's a different material on the outside of the rotor, and they can get a lot more longevity out of the rotor throughout the course of the season. That's
right. Obviously, the carbon ceramics are a very, very light braking package compared to a normal steel brake, so that helps with you know, the rotational mass of the you know, the drivetrain, but also can just deal with those temperatures. You can see the temperature gauge there. I'm trying to get a reading as well.
You and I were doing the same thing. And do the little squint then with the glasses.
We're talking upwards of 900 degrees surface temperature on that. So, you know, during the day, it's not uncommon, particularly somewhere here like the Chase. Bottom of the Chase, you'll see those front rotors glowing red hot on these cars, which is an awesome spectacle.
So Enzo Cheng, purple to the first sector. That means session best. Green to the second sector. That means a personal best. Dips it in almost 300 kilometres an hour in seventh gear. Just probably pinches the left front ever so slightly. Got it turned in at the apex, but only just in the end. It's back down to 110 kilometres per hour at the apex of the Chase, and now we'll bring it down into Meguiar's Murray's corner. Careful not to touch the curb on the left-hand side here. That'll unsettle the race car. Does a good job. The time to beat, a 2:06.9. He does it. He goes just a smidgen quicker by 6/100ths of a second. And that Enzo Cheng, Antoine Gattani battle that we sold you at the start of the session is starting to come to fruition here with still 13 minutes to go.
Remember how I spoke about the strategy with Antoine and Enzo? So right now, Antoine's sitting in the pits while Enzo's just done that. That's a bit of a thanks for coming, if you like, when that happens. He's sitting on the track. So it'll be interesting to see if he does try and respond to that, because he does have a lot less miles on his tyres now. So it will be... see Ben Porter there, his coach in pit lane, watching the timing screen on his phone. Ben is coaching both of those drivers. So what's the strategy there when you're coaching?
Yeah.
And there's 700ths of a second between them. So be interesting to see if he does roll back out. We've got Adnan Sibai there, that beautiful livery car there. He's actually got a designer that is painting a new livery for that car for every round. So across the year, we'll see that evolving. We can talk about that more over the weekend as well, but it's a beautiful car to look at up close.
It's the way that it stands at the moment. The margin from first to second is the tightest pole margin that we've seen so far in the category. That's if it stays the way it is at the end of the session. So again, it speaks of the competitiveness now of this field 12 months on. But the man that might have a bit of a question to throw at those drivers out in front is this man on screen, Rick Armstrong. He's been quietly going about his work so far this weekend. This is an out lap for him before he'll try and go for a push lap next time by.
And we found last year with these Pirelli tyres as well on the cars, somewhere like Bathurst, where there is a lot of straight line, you know, in the lap itself, in the distance, you can have a second crack at the tyre and still get quite a bit of performance in a quality scenario. So like most have done, come in, repressure the tyre, let it sort of slightly cool, you know, work yourself up on an out lap and then have a really good crack. So this could be his one last go here at knocking those two off the front row.
And with those track temperatures now around about 45 degrees as well, that'll continue to escalate. And trouble here, though, that's going to hurt the performance for Rick Armstrong on this lap, because there's a localised yellow at the moment. And if that car's not going to move, it'll be a red as well. So that is in a precarious position just on the exit of the cutting.
And that's Michael Walker. That's actually one of his teammates from the Zagami Autosport group. So a bit of understeer on the cutting there, just in that dirty line, and push the car wide into the wall there. He can, I'd say he'd probably be able to move it offline, but I don't think he'll make his way back to the pits at this stage. So that might end, we've just gone red. There you go.
Yep. Gone red with 10 minutes remaining. So it depends on the quickness of trying to get this car off the racetrack as to whether or not we can get some laps in at the back end, just as Armstrong was going for that lap there, of course. And there he goes through the shot there and behind the car that has stopped there on the racetrack. So it's Cheng from Gattani, 1 and 2, 6/100ths of a second from first back to second. Armstrong in third, Policina in fourth, and Moore. Not a bad effort there in position number 5.
That's Costa there, his mechanic, so signalling the number one, number one. But Antoine, there's just a small margin there. I think with the suit and helmet coming off now, I think they're going to, he's assuming the session's going red till the end.
Yep.
And it's probably a good could sort of, he's got 2 laps less on his tyres, so if he takes those tyres through the race 1, he's probably got a slight advantage there on the tyre sort of mileage towards the end of the race.
Which could play a big point and a big part of the final part of the race coming up a little bit later on today. And of course, that will come your way at 5 minutes to 4 today. They're going to be over the distance of 30 minutes here at Mount Panorama. So the time continues to count down. We've got about 9 minutes and 20 remaining. The session has stopped.
It's worth mentioning as well at this point in time, so provisional pole for Copper Shell class, our 296 Copper Shell class, David Trewern as well. That's an awesome effort with Masahiro Taguchi, you know, less than 2/10 off that as well. So that's going to be an awesome battle there in the Copper Shell class between those two, who across the course of last year was sort of trading blows quite a bit on the timesheet. So it's awesome to see those guys continuing that into round 1.
And the man you've got to feel for most out of that little battle, you've got to say, is probably Lachlan Beneve, because he's their driver coach for both of them. So it'd be like trying to manage being the team principal down there, wouldn't it?
That's right. It does make it a little bit hard for you, but again, that's an awesome part of it. Masahiro as well has a driver coach he brings across from Japan to help him.
Yeah,
it helps a bit with the language translation as well, but also he knows Masahiro's style, so he helps our team sort of with the car setup as well, because he can better explain what we need to sort of do to really tune the car to Masahiro's driving style. So, you know, whilst we have the local coaches, we also do employ the other coaches to assist with us as well.
For those joining the coverage for the first time this weekend, probably good to note how the series sort of works with the dealerships, because it's different, isn't it, to other forms of motorsport, the big factor that the dealerships play in getting these cars right, ready every single weekend.
Yeah, and our dealers, I mean, put a huge effort. You know, their weekdays are servicing and maintaining these beautiful road cars, but then on weekends they become a race team. And when I was giving you a tour around yesterday, I said there's a couple of you know, master technicians from Ferrari here that are you know, midweek they're working on F40s and Enzos and F50s and those sort of cool cars, but then on the weekend they come and race for these cars, which is just awesome.
Great shots of Enzo Cheng going across the top and into the grate once again here at Mount Panorama. Typically a place that hasn't been tough on tyre wear, but certainly tyre load, and that's where a lot of that load is generated on the right front there going across the top of Mount Panorama. You can just see a little bit of the deflation there with the rim parting company ever so much with the sidewall of the Pirelli rubber.
And the big thing with the front end of this car as well is it's, you know, it's obviously quite more aggressive with the canards and its extensions on the end blocks on the front wing. But the rear wing is obviously a critical part of balancing out what the front end's doing. So when we set the cars up, we tend to set the alignment, the ride height up, and then we will tweak the car with the rear wing as a tuning aid at the end. But as I mentioned in the free practice sessions, a track like Bathurst, it can reduce further drag. So if you can make the car work with less wing, your car's going to be faster for 60% of the lap. So it really is I guess a tuning tool, but it's also a way of getting some good performance out of the car if you need to.
And it's always one of the real tough points of Mount Panorama, isn't it? Because you've got to be able to manage, if you are running less downforce, you've got to be able to manage that going across the top of Mount Panorama, because it's so easy to get it wrong up there, and the consequences are very high.
Absolutely, yeah. You know, it's very, very fast, very, very narrow, and you know, when some of the drivers were talking about coming here, it's like, it is a street circuit. People forget that it is a public road. It doesn't have hundreds of meters of runoff area like some of the, you know, the bigger circuits like a Phillip Island or the Bend may have. So it really is a you know, high risk, high reward circuit in that point. And you know, these cars are very, very fast, but we experienced last year with one of our drivers as well, because of the high downforce sort of component of it. If you're following very close behind someone at somewhere like Liqui-Moly, it can disturb the front splitter, so you can lose a lot of that downforce if you're too close to the car. So again, there's a bit of strategy around where you position your car in clean air to sort of maintain the gap or go for a position.
Great shots inside, looking at Enzo Cheng and having a look at the times on screen there at the moment as well, just seeing where he might be able to improve. And we have a look at the steering wheel as well. Sort of a basic setup, isn't it, compared to what we might see in some other GT3 variants, but a lot of dials there on the dash, traction control being one of them.
That's right. There's the two dials you can see there, the silver one on the left and the blue one on the right, TC1, and well, give the cameraman a pay rise. That is a beautiful shot there. But that TC1 and TC2 are effectively, TC1 we say is when the traction control kicks in terms of how much lateral yaw or slide the car is having, and TC2 is how much it intervenes when it actually does something. And we can use those with multiple settings on each to kind of, I guess, get a blend of stability and performance out of the car, and then as the driver's confidence in the conditions changes, we can adjust that. We have a separate knob in the middle of the car, which is then also for our ABS, which is a separate module.
And it looks like session has been declared as well, which gives this man, Enzo Cheng, pole position for what will be race number 1 of the weekend coming up later on this afternoon. So our officials decided these cars won't get another crack at it, and Enzo Cheng will be the man that will start from the number 1 position once we get to racing a little bit later on today. Incidentally, that will be his 5th pole position in this particular series, so continuing on that dominant performance that he had towards the back end of last year.
And I didn't quite catch it before, but there was a car that slipped through the red flag, I think, after the red flag was drawn. We had
Rick Armstrong.
So we had this issue in FP2 with Emil Norden. He was issued with a rear of grid for race 1. So our P3 here, Rick Armstrong, may actually be pushed to rear of grid for this race if that same penalty is applied for that same discrepancy.
That's a very interesting pickup, and one that you'll follow closely once we get to race number 1 this afternoon. So there we have it, Enzo Cheng, pole position at 2:06.9, a very handsome lap time in the end. Gattani will start alongside him on the front row. Question mark around Armstrong. He finishes the session in position number 3, but where he'll grid up later on, we're yet to find out. Polacina and more, the top 5. There we have it. Qualifying for race number 1, Ferrari Challenge here at Mount Panorama, done and dusted. Coming up next, though, we'll have practice session number 3 for the Meguiar's Bathurst 12 hour. Hope you're enjoying it right here at Mount Panorama.
pay for you. I'm willing to pay. No, I'm willing to pay. Thanks. Okay, that is done. Nothing. This is Virgin, bloody hell, reviews. God. Yes. Thank you. Huh. Sending a text now.
We are into the second half of Fast Friday at the Meguiar's Bathurst 12-hour. Welcome back to the mountain, everyone, as the cars roll out of pit lane for the third of 4 practice sessions today ahead of Australia's International Enduro on Sunday morning. It's been a compelling day of action so far, 2 sessions running all the way through in both of them. This morning, BMW were quickest, the defending winners from Team WRT, with Kelvin van der Linde and Charles Viet set the quickest time of the day so far at a 2-minute 03.86. They were just a smidgen quicker than Scott Taylor Motorsport's Mercedes AMG. In practice number 2, just before lunch, it was Ram Motorsport and GW Australia quickest with their Mercedes AMG GT3. Brett Hobson and Garth Walden shared the driving duties there. BMW were quick again, though, in the bronze-only session, with the Team KRC M4 GT3 rounding out the top 2. So it's been an interesting start to the day, as I'm joined in commentary by Garth Tander and John Hindhoff. We'll have our team in pit lane to cover all the action as well. But this is the location, one of the great racetracks in the world, 6.213 Ks, 23 corners, and more than 170 metres of elevation change. We'll refer to some of the famous names around this place as well. The cutting has Ford branding on it this weekend for the first time. It looks spectacular. Tour de Gazoo Racing dipper down the hill to the BMW M elbow, and that famous long run down Conrod Straight into the fastest corner in Australian motorsport, into the chase, and then down the bottom of the hill to complete 23 turns at 6.2 Ks. And on Sunday, there's a very good chance they could do it more than 300 times. John Hindhoff, Garth Tander, good afternoon. Just on 22 degrees now in Bathurst, so 8 degrees warmer than it was in practice 1 this morning. Bit of sunshine on the racetrack as well as we roll out into this third practice session of the day.
And that track temperature, as soon as it gets a little bit of sunshine on it, a little bit of the rays, it goes up exponentially, Garth, and this will be a very different racetrack now to what they had in the earlier 2 sessions.
Yeah, it's a very good point, John, that the conditions, although you'd say that there is slightly more sunlight on the racetrack, there's a lot more UV around, and the UV is what actually takes grip away from the circuit, particularly here at Mount Panorama. So track temperature, yes, that will have risen, but you can see there's some definitive sun on the racetrack. This is 75 Sun Energy 1 car into pit lane, and that rolled out. I think that was a brand new set of tyres when it rolled out of pit lane, so I think they just rode a set of tyres, potentially for the start of the race. So they're just going through a pit stop procedure here right now, potentially gathering data also for the pit stop time, the transit time, how long they need to stand still for in pit lane, and then the exit time.
Just explain roading tyres.
So you just go out of pit lane and very gently put no stress into the tyre. So you don't load the tyre, you don't shutter the tyre. So you'll see a lot, particularly in supercars these days, the drivers go out on a cold tyre and they will turn the steering lock almost 90 degrees and shutter the tyre across the road. You don't do that when you're roading the tyre, very little stress. And what you're doing is taking the shiny surface off that brand new tyre and just dulling the surface, because when you warm that tyre up again, next time it's got much more bite and it comes up to temperature much more quickly.
I feel like today we're roading the commentary team, just bringing ourselves up gently ahead of...
We've got lots of new toys this week. We've got lots of new toys in the commentary box this week.
We do.
And they're not talking about me, dear viewer, listener. Old dog. I thought I'd get it in for anybody else. Old dog, new tricks. Anyone, yeah? Rearrange to a well-known phrase or saying. And talking about tyres, by the way, the bronze session that we had earlier on, the bronze drivers got an extra set of tyres for that. Even some of the drivers, Garth, didn't know about that one this morning. They were slightly worried with Kenny Habull's team. Actually, Gilles Guinon was worried that they were burning a set of brand new race tyres for 16, 17 laps. Yeah, so the bronze sessions, there's 2 40-minute bronze sessions for the bronze amateur drivers, and they get an extra set of tyres, so they're not at a disadvantage for their race tyre allocation. So yeah, Gilles Guinon was worried that Kenny was out there burning up tyres, doing extra laps on the tyres they'd need to use in the race. But it's okay, that's just an extra set that's afforded to the bronze team.
There's a couple of things going on today which I find very interesting. One, people are understanding their cars. I went and caught up with Brad Schumacher, the Bathurstian. This is absolutely home for him. He got 16 laps in practice 2 earlier this morning, which he loved. He said it was nice to get in a rhythm, get some laps in a row. But they are battling that car. He said it's understeering on the way in and it's oversteering on the way out. So they're making quite a few big changes to that car. Understeers when it doesn't turn, oversteers when it turns too much and the rear tries to overtake the front on the exit of the corner. So they're working quite hard on that car. The other element that's going on right now is that everyone is very much keeping their powder dry. No one in this pit lane, irrespective of class or mark or team, wants to show what they've got from an outright lap speed. And this is a hairy moment down through the S's towards the Dipper as the Quinn car is being gobbled up by the Penrite Racing Mercedes AMG. This is a bit of a dress rehearsal for Sunday. This will be a story of the race, as it always is here at Mount Panorama. So everyone keeping their powder dry at the moment. No one has showed what they've got. But at the same time, they're trying to understand their car, work out where they're struggling and tune them up to get them good, so that over 12 hours on Sunday, you can actually live with it rather than the thing trying to put you in the fence every other lap.
It's fair to say that no one's really tried all that hard, that's to your point. So that's where the factory drivers actually have a bit of an advantage over the drivers that don't drive these cars all the time, because they know exactly how the car should feel in certain conditions. So they can almost forecast, right, when we actually do start pushing, the car's going to feel like this, therefore I'm going to need X, Y, Z in the setup of the race car. Whereas when you're driving the car at 80% right now in practice, when you're not living in these cars full time, you don't know what you're going to need when it is time to go in qualifying. So that's the advantage of being a factory driver, being in these cars week in, week out.
Good to see the red and white Silver Cup entered Valente Rossi Motorsport McLaren on the lane. We did not see that in the first session this morning. The only one of the 35 cars that didn't turn meaningful lap time.
There is always one challenging story at any Bathurst event, and that has been the story of the event so far. So if you've only just joined it, Valente Rosso, that is a brand new car to them. They had a shakedown at Queensland Raceway, which, as Garth touched on in practice 2, is exactly nothing like Mount Panorama, except that it's a racetrack. So they shook the car down there. It is a new car to that team. They've had a whole lot of gremlins with it in the first practice session, including a gearbox fault where they ran the car up yesterday and it went into gear fine. Today would not engage gear. So they've been through the car. They had some fueling issues as well with it. So they feel confident now. They're going to go out and do an install lap to make sure that it's all good. And then they're going to try and get some laps with Ryland Gray and Bailey Hall in this session to at least get some laps under the board under that brand new McLaren to Valente Rosso. Hopefully they can get a couple of successful sessions under their belt, at least get some knowledge and some data before they roll into the 2 practice sessions tomorrow.
Chaz Mostert aboard the 222 Scott Taylor Motorsport AMG Mercedes. A different car again for Chaz. He's done plenty of driving in AMG Mercedes, but not here in Australia. He's been driving with Kenny Hibble. I think he did the Indy 8-hour race last year and some driving at Daytona as well. So knows the car, but first time here at Mount Panorama in a Merc. Currently second fastest in the first sector on this lap. He had to get past one of the Ferraris down Conrod, which would give him a nice toe and a bit more top speed as he's made his way down to the chase.
And again, if you haven't been following the storylines, a relatively late entry for Chaz in that car, called up to the squad.
Oh, yes and no. It was part of their plan when they announced this in September last year. The program was announced that Scotty was going to have another run. He was the first entry into the race, which shows his level of commitment and passion to try and win this thing. He's desperate to win it in an Aussie team with Aussie drivers and beat the Europeans at their own game. They're raising money for the Prostate Cancer Foundation of Australia. I was speaking to Lara, who's behind that charity effort yesterday, and they'd already raised 50 grand and they hadn't really started yet. Yeah, so, which has been an amazing performance from them.
What did they make last year? 100 grand? So we're going to beat
10 last year, so they're aiming for 150. However, it was pitched to me yesterday that a good idea would be for them to aim for the car number. Go for 200,000.
If they got 50 grand before we really fired a shot, surely this weekend, then we're a chance. So.
And just remember, whilst it's about raising money, it's about raising awareness as well for prostate cancer. And as we were talking about the other day, and certainly all of that team would tell us, us blokes aren't very good at health matters. And let's be honest, we tend to think, they'll be all right, third.
She'll be right.
She'll be right. But it won't be right. And it is not an invasive procedure anymore. You can get it done with a PSA blood test. If you have to hassle your general practitioner, your doc, then make sure you do and get yourself a PSA blood test and make sure you know exactly where you are when it comes to your health, and drop a few dollars in as well for that really good cause.
Raffaele Marcello has gone quickest in a 2:04.2, so first proper representative lap time. Here's Ricardo Fella, the Earl Bamber Motorsport Porsche, and if the livery looks familiar, it's because it is. It's the same scheme they ran on their Porsche, which won the race in 2019. Porsche's first Enduro win on the mountain, and he has gone quickest with that lap by the vast margin of 0.002 of a second. So a good lap by young Ricky, who first came here as an Audi factory driver in 2022. First race back after a little pause, and has been here every year since and has been very, very fast. So he's a driver with plenty of miles now. Marcello back to second in the 46 BMW, Mostert third. And while that was going on, Chris Haase went to fourth place in the Pro Class MPC Audi, currently 55, and has immediately bailed into pit lane. Top 4 cars covered by 1/10 of a second.
Well, guys, while we've got an opportunity here, I wanted to continue on talking to every different manufacturer running in this race. And why not come down to the McLaren garage, because things are exciting down here. Hello, Mark Kirchhoffer. I've just surprised him. Welcome back to the mountain. Since the last time you've raced here, you've won a Rolex Daytona, but this race is still one that you want. Why is the victory at Bathurst so special?
I mean, it's always so nice to come here. It's one of the best tracks in the world, I think. So the last time I've been here was back in 2020. Unfortunately, we didn't really get far that year, but we finished second the year before. We got quite close, obviously, with Jake and Matt sharing the car back then, the Aston Martin. So yeah, hopefully we can have a good year this year, and we'll try our best to be up in front.
When you get to do laps around the mountain, does it feel familiar, like you haven't been away for so long?
Well, the first few laps were actually quite a bit tricky because, yeah, we are quite spoiled in Europe with the tire warmers, which we don't have over here. So it takes a lap or two to actually really get them in the window. But no, after a couple of laps, it just felt like, yeah, I've been away maybe for like a couple of weeks, but not like 6 years.
When the weather is so overcast too, it's harder to get even more heat because it's not Australia in the summer like we expected.
Yeah, it's been definitely very different compared to the last time we were here. Right now, I think no one will complain about having a bit of a cooler temperature, but I think for the weekend it might look different, so we'll see.
Good luck, Marvin.
Thank you so much.
Nella, that one was just for you. I think there's something happening up on the mountain.
You're spot on, Shea. It's the high-class Porsche that's involved at least. Whoa. Possibly into the car. Oh, no, it's a big spin from the high-class Porsche, the red and white car. Has that hit anything right at the top of the mountain, Garth?
I know what they're going to do as soon as they get this car back to pit lane and know that it's okay, is go straight to the newsagents and buy a lotto ticket because you do not spin at the exit of Reed Park often and get away with it. So you can see there, rotates it, gets away with it, spins right in the middle of the track. The Scott Taylor Motorsport Mercedes Chaz Moster, Thomas Randall's aboard that thing right now, so he's probably on an outlap and watching him Porsche spin at the blind part of the racetrack.
Why am I seeing the side of a 911 in front of me? Oh, now the back, now the front again.
I think the drivers just stopped here to gather their breaths. Like, did I just get away with that? Because
without hitting it.
Okay, I'm still alive, and let's drive back to pit lane. But what it will have done is it will have wrecked that set of tyres, absolutely. So that's one set of tyres down for the high-class team.
That's Anders Fjordbak behind the wheel, making his Bathurst debut. Driver from Denmark, silver-ranked driver alongside Dorian Boccolacci and Keron Lee, who was quite quick in that car in the bronze session earlier on today. Another first-time squad coming to this part of the world. Excited to see Boccolacci in that car over a lap. He is a proper gun, so it's going to be very, very fast. Oh, here it is. Here is the Ford Mustang making its debut at Mount Panorama in GT3 form. We've seen them here in different specification cars over the journey, but great to see the GT3 and John Hindhaugh.
That Coyote 5.4 litre engine breathed on by the guys at M Sport. Malcolm Wilson, who've been involved with Ford in World Rally Championship, of course, for quite a long time. They did the Bentley programme in GT3 as well. They know what they're doing. What a machine. Just the one car this year, but this represents something much bigger, I feel, as Ford have really found their feet again with their motorsport in the last couple of 3 seasons. If you're here on the mountain at the moment, listening on the FM or around the circuit, there is a Ford Racing Pavilion just off to drivers left coming to the end of Conrod and down through the chase. If you're here today and you want to wander up there and you're a Ford owner, you've got your keys, then you can go in there and take a little look from there. Ford are back. That's big news. And Ford are back in motorsport globally in just about everything on 4 wheels, on and off road. The only thing they can expand into next is World Superbikes or MotoGP. And
not quite the core demographic, is it?
Indeed not. Mark Rushbrook is here again. He's the man at the head of motorsport around the world. Jim Farley races. He's the man behind the big desk in Detroit, the very big desk in Detroit. A very handy GT4 and classic racer is Mr. Farley. And this, it just adds another level, Garth, doesn't it? Not just because it's Ford in GT3 racing globally, but here in Australia at the mountain, to have the blue oval versus, all right, it's not the lion's head, it's the bow tie, but it is Ford versus GM again.
Yeah, it's great that Ford are making their GT debut here at the 12-hour at the same time that Chevrolet do with the Corvette.
Absolutely poetic.
We all know that this place, the history that goes with the Ford and GM connection, when GM when it used to be Holden, that's what the mystique about this place, the whole story about Bathurst was the Ford versus Holden thing. So to have both those brands debuting their GT cars here in this race at the same year, it's almost poetic, isn't it, that it happens at the same time. So do not think that they are not looking at each other. They're looking at everyone else, but they are looking at each other, because if they can't win it, we're at least going to have the best debut, and we're going to have the better debut than the other guys. That's regardless whether you're GM or Ford.
It's a true story, and JMR on the opposing side for the bow tie will be doing exactly the same thing for Chevrolet, and both of their Australian marketing arms will be watching very, very closely. It's Christopher Meese behind the wheel, double winner of this race. There's also another little subplot that is worth talking about, and it's a rare thing in Bathurst history. Now, there's Bathurst doubles, but the 12-hour 1,000 back-to-back has only ever been done once. It was Techno Autosport did it. They won the Great Race and the 12-hour in the same year. 12-hour with McLaren, the 1,000 with the Commodore a bit later on that year. So there's two subplots here. One, Grove Racing won Bathurst 1,000. John, I'm not sure if you're aware, but they won the Bathurst 1,000 in October last year.
Did they? Oh.
And we'll come back to that because one of the Tigani Autosport Mercedes AMGs is up the escape road. That's at turn 1.
Yeah.
Keep going further there. Turn left up to the campground, top of the mountain. Turn right down to Boundary Road, and the road out to Orange and Cowra. But he's just gone a little bit down the escape road. He's got that turn around. That's their pro car. You give way to the cars oncoming and resume with no apparent damage. So that's a good recovery for them. So to finish the point, Grove Racing looking to go back-to-back to win the 1,000 and the 12. But the manufacturer is looking to do the same. So Ford won the Bathurst 1,000, the Mustang, and have an opportunity for the first time in history to win the 12-hour with a Mustang, having won the Great Race in October. All these little subplots that weave throughout this race. That's just another one to follow on Sunday.
So when Techno did it, though, they did 12-hour 1,000.
12-hour first, start of the year, 1,000.
So this would be
controversially at the end of 2016.
Indeed so.
He was involved in that.
He was involved in that as well. Absolutely, a GT, and Mr. Six, as we're calling him now. So that would be Great Race first, the 1,000 first, and then the 12. So not in the same calendar year, but still 2 races back-to-back on the mountain. So yeah, okay, I get that. That's another nice little subplot.
It'd be a huge accomplishment for Grove Racing, which is the team that's come on in leaps and bounds over the last couple of years. Brenton Grove was telling me yesterday there's 2 degrees of separation everywhere in that team, with engineers that have been here and have linked up, and you've been in there, and Will Davison's there and reunited with old people. It's a really cool vibe. And Kai Allen, who we touched on earlier in the practice session, has been doing a really nice job behind the wheel. So Lauren Heinrich has gone quickest now in the number 61 car. The Porsche goes to the top of the timesheets for the first time today, just in front of the number 46 BMW. It's 0.08 of a second. The 222 is still third. It's the time that Chaz Mostert did with a 204.2. Actually, I tell a lie. Thomas Randall's just done that lap time, 204.24. He's 9/100ths away from the quickest time. So no one's going quicker, but it's all condensing up. Now there's 13 cars covered by 1 second.
So the El Bamba Motorsport 61 crew, Lauren Heinrich at the top. So that's 2 drivers in that car that have topped the session. So as a driving unit, that fills you with confidence that you've got 2 of your 3, and we haven't seen the 3rd driver yet, but you've got 2 of the 3 that are capable of topping the time session at any given time. So the car's clearly very fast, but the drivers are very comfortable in it as well. So
generally speaking, Garth, if you were sort of advising the team here, would you give one driver the full 40 minutes?
No, not today. Not today, because today you're still finding your base setup. I was curious to hear that even at the Audi team that they were really chasing the racetrack and chasing the setup of the car, because the track is going to change significantly over the course of today and tomorrow. So really, all you're doing today is rolling through your driving roster, just making sure you're rotating your drivers over. Everyone's getting enough laps so that when they go to sleep tonight and they put their head on their pillow and they run through their head how they're going to drive their lap tomorrow, they've got enough data in the brain to go through what they need to improve and what they need to work on. And you don't want a driver going to bed tonight thinking, oh, we've only got 1 more day left before qualifying, I need to get some laps in, and they're starting to stress.
Yeah.
So it's less about the car today and more about the drivers, and you're gathering information and gathering data. So even the Ford at the moment, Chris Mills, I can't even see where he is on the timing screen, but he's not in the top 15. But they're just gathering information, gathering data, and I would imagine that car's going to be a whole lot stronger tomorrow. They're just making sure all the drivers get a drive of the car, understand what the car behaviour is so they can contribute to the solution overnight.
19th at the moment, John, with that car, and Brock Feeney's now behind
the wheel. There you go. Just absolutely underlying what the great man has said alongside us. And I always think I am so used to going to big races where I'm sitting in the booth doing an hour and a half of free practice, an hour and a half of free practice, an hour of free practice. And here, today, there's 4 40-minute sessions.
Yeah.
There's not there really isn't a lot of time here to go through a quote-unquote program. If you're not rolling off the truck somewhere close, then you really haven't got a lot of time to gather that information to be able to make. You're not going to make swinging changes to the car setup, are you?
No, you might make reasonable sized changes to the setup today to sort of make sure that you are in the close enough window so that you can fine-tune tomorrow.
Right.
But you don't have a lot of time, John, so your point, not a lot of sessions and not a lot of time. So the Pro and the Pro-Am teams, they get 80 minutes today and they've got to share that across 4 drivers. So a 2+ minute lap, so 80 minutes. So you're not even going to get, last session I think we saw cars doing 17 laps.
Yeah.
So as a driver, you're lucky to get 15, 16 laps today. That's it. That's your total.
Good point.
Going into tomorrow. The sessions are a little bit longer tomorrow. But you only got 2 of them tomorrow for the whole grid. And then you're into qualifying. And only one driver's going to qualify the car. But especially at the top end of town. You're only sticking your one gun in, tighten the belts up, keep throwing tyres at it. And that's their job.
The other element and another reason to roll through driver changes in this session is it's a hot pit lane, so they're allowed to refuel in this session as well.
Yeah, good point.
So you can go through all the race simulation stuff in this session too. So pit entry, attacking that, getting to the speed limit, managing the time from pit entry to pit out to the timing lines, which is going to be so crucial on Sunday, and we'll touch more on that as the weekend builds on. But then also the approach to the pit bay, the stop, the coupling of the fuel nozzle, the time of the fuel going in,
the fuel flow rate,
the process, all of the little 1%ers that can make or break your Sunday. This session in practice 5 and the 2 where you can practice that in full race.
So yeah, there's a lot going on track, but there's a lot going on off track right now as well that we're not seeing.
And yesterday, when we weren't on track, the millimetre perfect laying down of the lines and where you were going to put your fuel rig and all of that, lining the car up, doing some stationary driver change practice and all of that, because there isn't time to do this.
I love it when the teams, they get out and they're millimetre perfect. They measure where the bits of tape on the ground go, and they measure it to the closest 5 millimetres and all the rest of it. Let's watch when the race happens on Sunday, how close any of the drivers go to any of those marks.
Yeah.
Because you never, ever get close. And I actually was really surprised because up the pit exit end of pit lane towards the pit exit, not all the way, all the Mercedes teams are pitted together.
Yeah, all
and they've got no room in between their pit boxes. It is so super tight. So you're actually not going to get in or get out. If there's all the Mercs come at the same time, they'll be landlocked. It'll be like gridlocked getting in and out of their pit boxes. So yeah, it's funny when the teams go to their level of attention to detail, they forget to pass the memo on to the drivers. It'd be really nice if you park in somewhere in the same postcode as where we've got our graphics on the ground.
I think it was here, at one of the races here, where the team laid out and they hammer down the tape, don't they, so it doesn't get pulled up. And the marks for where the front tyres were, either side of that, there was 1 pint, 2 pints, 3 pints. And depending on how far you went through, the driver had to buy everybody on the team a pint, 2 or 3 pints.
That's their unit of compensation.
Correct.
Yeah,
exactly right.
And race car drivers are notoriously hard to get the wallet open. So you would be absolutely picture perfect every time, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Good motivation to stop on your marks.
Hey, and we should say, mind you, we had Mark Webber in here this morning, and he went on the coffee run for us.
He did.
Mark Webber went on the coffee run this morning for Crailsey and myself. Garth turned down a coffee. He was caffeined up.
It's okay. I had a beer with Mark last night, so it's fine.
Let's go down to Alfoil pit lane. Here's Chad.
Pit stop. Kyle Sparkler has just got into the car in front of me down here, which is the immaculate Melbourne Motorsport Porsche. Now, I don't have in front of me at the moment, guys, the timing screen to see how long that car has been in pit lane, but you guys do. Could you just quickly update me with a number? Because I dare say it's quite large, around the 3 to 4 minute mark.
4 minutes, Chad.
4 minutes. Now, that was, believe it or not, a driver change simulation.
Uh-oh.
You might want to cut down the time on that driver change a little bit. It took them 3 attempts to get Klaus's belts done up properly. It looked to me like they were feeding them back through the holes in the race seat to get them lined up right. That was not even close to being in the ballpark for those guys for what they needed for that driver change practice just then. Now, that car, is it still on top of the timing? I've been out here in the pit apron for a while.
Yes,
the other funny thing about that is when it pulled up in the pits here, they had the mechanics go down the right-hand side and they gave the right front wheel a little shimmy to see if everything was done upright. And then they went around to the splitter and they started shaking the front end of the splitter as well, which would suggest to me that when that car was recently on track, and I believe it was Lauren Heinrich who just got out of that car, I reckon he might have been feeling a bit of a vibration in that car by what they were doing to it in the pits before they sent it back out. So it's fast, yes. That's the good news, and yes, both drivers, like you mentioned, Garth, have been quick, but they have had an issue, certainly with their pit stop practice, and I reckon they may have a little vibration in that car as well.
Neither of the drivers is aware of any issue. They're both sitting here quite happily with the laps that they've been able to turn. Lauren Heinrich actually debriefing with the Pirelli engineer right now to give him feedback, so I'm going to jump in with Ricky Feller, because for Ricky, that was a good start to the session. Hey friend, how are you? Welcome back to Bathurst.
Thank you. Yeah, it was not too bad. Car feels really good. Track, awesome like always. Yeah, happy to be back.
You know this track, but we've seen you with other manufacturers. What's it like to be driving Bathurst in a Porsche?
It's pretty sick. Car feels really good over the top, the high-speed part. Yeah, really looking forward to the first race with the Porsche here.
And for Lauren, I mean, this is a big race for you, of course. Congratulations on the Rolex winner. Have you been wearing the watch?
Not yet, actually. Didn't get the chance yet, but I will thoroughly enjoy once I get back for sure.
Not many laps to do today because of such little practice time, but does the Porsche feel like the Porsche you jumped out of last year when it was second?
I mean, the Porsche I jumped out of last year was a strong benchmark, that's for sure, but we're getting there. It's still early days in the weekend. For sure, arriving here, you know, we are actually, this is the last race for the non-Evo car for us, so the teams, all of them, they have quite some experience already, so it's good now. Even if it's early days, we already have a decent car balance, but yeah, I mean, I would say it's more about getting the drivers comfortable now, because on this track it's all about confidence.
Well, good luck to both of you, and it's already a fan favorite livery. Let's see if we can put it on the top step.
Thank you.
Thanks to Shay and Chad down in a very busy pit lane. So Klaus Bachelor behind the wheel of the Elben Motorsport Porsche. Interestingly enough, I mentioned Lauren Heinrich was in the car before. The Austrian jumped in a middle sector as Will Brown, by the way, goes quickest and first into the threes in this session at a 2:03.8. Lauren did a middle sector, which was every bit good enough for a pole position lap at this place. Would have put him in the low ones and then pitted. Yeah. So we talked about keeping the powder dry. That's exactly what they're doing. The long pit stop will be an interesting one to get to the bottom of, but these pit stop simulations going on now, bleeding the tyres at Gaia Valmont Racing, and then as part of the Tagani team, we find the brothers Konduras from Canberra in the Superbarn Supermarkets entry going through their work, and they've got some good drivers to tap into that car as well. In the 47 car, Zach Bates was behind the wheel making his GT3 debut. Canberra connection there with the Bates family and the Konduras boys. Great to have Zach in the field making his GT3 debut as the Mustang goes up to 13th place. And there's now 15 cars covered by exactly 1.0 seconds. So as we touched on, the field's starting to condense and get a bit closer as we work our way towards the end of this practice session, which is flying by the way. Just 10 minutes to go now with Will Brown quickest in the number 55 hour.
Yeah, the Jamek Racing machine in that red and white colour machine, one of the Pro Class cars. We'll talk about GT3 as an entity quite a lot if you're just coming into our coverage this weekend of the Meguiar's Bathurst 12 Hours. There are subclasses between that, which the cars are identical. It is the driver makeup of the driver squad that determines whether we are pro, bro for bronze. I do like bro for bronze. Bro, Pam, and silver. And we've only got the one silver cup entry car. But pro, and Pam are the three major classes you'll hear us talk about. But within that GT3 configuration, that formula that is a global juggernaut now for GT racing, then they are considered out on the track for safety car, restarts, etc., as one entity. There'll be no splitting of the subclasses when we come back after a neutralisation. Valentino Rossi out in the, the 46, oddly enough. Thank you, Valle, for continuing to do that. The BMW's picking up a little bit of pace, was second until a couple of laps ago, and now 3 BMWs in the top 7, Krilson.
So Rossi's just done a 4.3. which all but matches the best lap Marcello did in that car at a 2:04.2.
Yeah, and I just watched how he did it, 2 lap time-wise, and it's almost exactly the same first split going up the mountain as Will Brown, about half a second away across the top. But I feel like Valentino Rossi's very much in race mode at the moment and gathering data for fuel burn versus tyre use.
Well, and to that point, in the race last year, he was basically inseparable from the other 2 pro drivers in his car in terms of race pace performance. I'm not suggesting he's going to qualify that car, though it feels like he probably could. Yep. But in race pace, Valentino Rossi every bit as quick as the other 2 drivers. Marco Mappelli going very quickly in the Lamborghini back in 12th place. Purple sector, you can see that on the timing totem left of screen. Purple, by the way, means quickest of the session. Green means personal best for that car, as we watch the 36-year-old Italian who's got some links to Australia, dating way back to 2007 in Australian Formula 3 racing. I was talking to Mark Rundle from Team BRM, who Marco drove for back in the day, and he came out to race open wheelers here in Australia at the time, and very young Italian, hadn't been out of the continent very often, would only eat chocolate biscuits and ice cream. Didn't like the local cuisine at the time, did Marco. Very fast driver.
And he found pies. Did he?
I don't think
no, he didn't find pies there.
He's a very slim young man. I don't think he had. And he's going to peel off into pit lane as well in the Huracan GT3 with that incredible livery that we love so much. But he's got that car up to 12th place, second of the bronze class cars.
Krusty, we're talking about the top 15 being split by a second. Putting that into context, we talk, don't we, in all kinds of high-level sport about, and blithely talk, whether it's stick and ball sports, motorsport, whatever, about the 1%ers, right? That 1 second on that lap time for the top 15 is not even 1%. It's 0.81 of a percent. So that is what we're talking about. When we're talking about small differences, slight mistakes, genius calls, Garth, drivers just ringing that last 1%. That's the difference between 1st and 15th right now.
And it's also like a mark to the team and the teams and the drivers and the manufacturers. It's 23 corners here at Mount Panorama, so that's less than half a tenth of it's like 500ths per corner that you would either gain or lose if you're staying within that 1 second for the top 15 cars. Front engine car, rear engine car, mid engine car, left-hand drive, Australian drivers, European drivers, Australian teams, European teams.
22 nationalities.
So you throw all that in the mix and you say, we're going to come up with a formula that says that all that's going to be covered by the top 15 cars by less than a second. It's pretty incredible when you think about that.
And the European teams with quite a bit more experience of this new Pirelli tyre that we've got here this year. It still has Pirelli on the side, it's still round and black, but it is a slightly different compound and construction from what we had here last year. I won't bore you with the exact nomenclature because it doesn't mean anything to me, so it probably doesn't mean anything to you either. But it is different from what we had here last year. Add in the fact that the BMWs, for example, are the Evo cars for the first time that we've seen them here, and they've been very impressive in the last 12 months with that Evo package on it. What's the quote? BMW don't bring out an Evo package to make their car go slower. Neither does any manufacturer.
It was Kelvin van der Linde yesterday.
Yeah, very good.
Said that. Who knows a thing or two about it. Super slow-mo of Valentino Rossi across the top, heading up towards McPhillamy Park, and then the run round at the Skyline. Incredible bit of road, so much load going through the right-hand side of the car, and they'll be a whole lot closer to the wall there in qualifying trim tomorrow. We also just saw the Mercedes-AMG Tigani motorsport team go into pit lane. So Philip Ellis behind the wheel of that car into pit lane. Jaden Ojeda is now behind the wheel of that car. Only 23rd at the moment. That's that team's first ever pro entry, outright entry into this race. And their first race is Mercedes-AMG's Australian performance team. They're the local arm for Mercedes-AMG's customer racing, which is a huge credit to the Tigani boys and their squad based Wollongong, about an hour south of Sydney. So interested to see what Jaden Ojeda can do. We talk about the margins, Garth. He's 23rd. He's only 1.6 away from the quickest time
And you don't know. I mean, there might not be any interest from that team whatsoever about performance today. It will all be about race running and understanding. A big thing that does happen with GT3 cars is the fuel burn and the speed. The cars generally get a whole lot faster with the fuel burn. This tyre doesn't degrade or doesn't go off, doesn't lose performance over the course of a 30-odd lap run. So the cars just continue to get faster and faster and faster. So what the teams want to understand is the car balance shift from a full fuel load to a light fuel load, the lap time differential, light fuel versus heavy fuel. So quite often they'll just leave one set of tyres on for the entirety of the session with one load of fuel, start full and let the car run out, even though they're allowed to refuel in this session, just to gather that data over the course of a long run ahead of the race on Sunday.
Follow the young man from Penrith in the western suburbs of Sydney, who will be in Supercars Championship full-time this year, but has retained his Mercedes-AMG factory driver contract too. So talk about having your cake and eating it as well. Jaden's dining out in 2026. He is a super fast young guy, affable, easy to talk to, and he's been very impressive over the last 2 years in domestic GT3 racing with his AM driver Paul Lucchetti with this team. So he's got the great relationship with the Tigani squad and his engineering core group there. So he understands what it takes to make these cars go quickly. Looking forward to this combination, and I think they'll insert themselves among the international teams that have come here with the Mercedes-AMG and be just as competitive on Sunday.
Ryland Gray has gone out and back in the McLaren 720, the number 15 car that we were missing this morning for Valente Rosso. It's just going out again there now to turn another lap. We wish them well. Hey, just thinking about Rossi there, and you know, his amazing career in motorcycle, and yet in the early 2000s, as his car's been pushed back into the garage itself, in the early 2000s, and I just had to go and check the dates of this, in the early 2000s he was 0.7 of a second off Michael Schumacher in a bona fide Ferrari F1 group test. So that was like 2001, 2002, something like that, maybe a little bit later. Imagine if he'd swapped over in those days.
Yeah, well.
And what
there was a lot of chat about it then.
Yeah.
There was a lot of chat, maybe not F1, but starting a career in cars because of that test.
Correct.
Yeah, back then.
But he was at the height of his powers.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way he would have swapped back then, but yeah.
Imagine
clearly...
he's good now. Imagine what he would have been like with another 15, 20 years experience under his belt.
It's innate feel. I mean, I feel like the bike guys, MotoGP guys, any of the bike guys, they have such feel because their contact patch, the tyre contact patch on the ground is so small in comparison to a car that you have to have that great feel. And you think about it, if they're prepared to throw themselves off a MotoGP bike at 350k an hour, whatever it is, if you strap them into a car with a whole heap of roll cage around you, it's a pretty safe place to be. So you're more than happy to take a few risks when you're in a race car.
I think it was James Whittam did some Ford driving in one of the VIP programs around the British Touring Car Championship a few years ago, a lot of years ago now, in the late 90s. And I had a skid out in one of those as well. And he said the most difficult thing for him was just learning to turn in later because you had more contact patch. As soon as he got that, and as soon as that clicked, that was it. He was on the pace immediately.
Checkered flag is out on the third practice session. It's the last time today we'll see the full field on the racetrack. The final session is a bronze driver only session. Second of those for the day to give the AM driver component of these cars some more lap time on their own on Mount Panorama. Cameron Waters has just jumped behind the wheel of the 222 Scott Taylor Motorsport car. Fourth on the leaderboard at the moment. And a cool story that finally gets to share a car at Mount Panorama with Chaz Mostert, his long-term sparring partner and rival, and they were due to race together in 2015. That weekend was cut quite short for Chaz. Big crash running down into the elbow in qualifying earlier that weekend. So they finally get to share a car together at Bathurst 12 Hour with Thomas Randall in there too. Did the time in that car early on. It's a very good combination. Just an opportunity for Chaz. They practice that stop, send him back out, he'll get the outlap, and now he'll cruise back in, look after this tyre at the end of a practice session that is very close. So take this field spread, but take probably 2 seconds out of the lap time, and you're going to get where we're at in qualifying tomorrow. And indeed in practice 6, and practice 6 is going to be the session where we set the top 50% and the bottom 50% for quali 1 and 2, which will influence who gets into the Pirelli pole battle later on in the afternoon. So practice 6 is always a bit of a mini shootout at lunchtime here at Bathurst on a Saturday, which is always good fun.
Have that for you live, of course.
Maxime Martin in the Group M car, which will be pleasing for that team right at the very end. 17th and final lap of the session for that car, has done a 2-minute 4.16 and gone third. So after a challenging opening session, the Group M Racing GMR is looking pretty strong. Shay?
Well, down here in the Ferrari garage, made it all the way down, Jackson Evans, I want to talk to you about happy things. I know the session didn't exactly go according to plan, but you are in a Ferrari with 2 factory drivers, winners of Daytona, races like Le Mans, and you're the one that they're having to turn to for expertise. Is this a childhood dream?
Yeah, look, it's obviously a pleasure to be joining both Daniel and Davide. So, it's a credit to the team for facilitating this and putting 2 cars on the grid, but one in pro class and one that I'm lucky enough to drive this weekend.
And this garage has good history for Ferrari too. I mean, the last time they were garaged in the first one, they went on to win the race. So are you superstitious like that, like all the people in Maranello?
I try not to be, but it obviously means well. And we're looking at just ticking it over, getting to Sunday, and obviously that last hour where it's most important.
When it's a team that you're familiar with, how much does that help coming back to the mountain?
It helps a lot, it's some good continuity for me, and obviously I was here last year in the Pro-Am car, but, to have Daniel back and the continuity for him is also really strong. It's not an easy track to pick up in the limited testing that we get, but, he adapts quite quickly as the others do, but, it's exciting.
What do you guys need for the Ferrari to be up there with all the other cars, or do we just not know yet because the track's still rubbering in?
I would say we don't know yet. I mean, I think some fuel economy would be nice, but we're just chipping away at it and trying to get through our test plan, and we'll see how we're going come Sunday.
Good luck, mate.
Cheers, thank you.
And one note for you guys: it was not Maxime Martin in the end of that session. He was standing in the garage talking to me just before.
26th for that Ferrari, not where they wanted to be in terms of
Thank you, guys.
Probably not their real speed either, John.
Do you think?
Yeah, I think. We saw this from Ferrari.
You're such a
Well, we saw it from Ferrari last year. They wrote the script last year as well.
We talked about keeping powder dry. They haven't even got it out of the box yet.
They got it out of the shopping bag yet. So, yeah, I would imagine that the Ferrari won't be 26th tomorrow in practice.
So that is the car we've been talking about, and good to see Jackson Evans here. Davide Rigon back for his second Bathurst start, having raced here with AF Corsa back in the day, and Daniel Serra back having raced here with this team last season. So Ferrari, they will be in the mix, not showing what they've got, but then who has in practice for the Meguiar's Bathurst 12 hour? What we do know is at the end of practice 3, remarkably close, 17 cars covered by exactly 1 second. And it was Will Brown who did the job on top for Audi at a 2-minute 3.8. The Earl Bamber Motorsport Porsche was second. The GMR Mercedes AMG was third. The 46 BMW from WRT was next. And 222, the AMG for Scott Taylor Motorsport, rounded out the top 5 at the end of a very, very close, but unfulfilling, perhaps, practice 3, because we don't really get a read on who's where. We're going to have to wait to Saturday to get a real indicator of pace here on the mountain. Much more action to come this afternoon from Mount Panorama and the Meguiar's Bathurst 12 hour. Whether you're here at the circuit, whether you're watching or listening on our live streams, we hope you're enjoying it. Practice 4 coming your way a little bit later on this afternoon. We hope you can join us then at 20 to 5 local time here in New South Wales. A break, more racing from the supports coming your way here, the Meguiar's Bathurst 12 hour.
So excitement building now ahead of the Pirelli pole battle. And
Hope you're enjoying this Friday here at Mount Panorama as part of the Meguiar's Bathurst 12-hour. Plenty of people already here for a Friday, and that sets the tone for what's going to be a huge weekend here at the home of motorsport in Australia. And we're getting set for the first race of the weekend, incidentally. The Duggan Family Hotels Bathurst Sports Cars and Sedans on track for what is going to be a 10-lap race here this afternoon. Brian Vanderwacker with Gary O'Brien alongside me. Good afternoon to you, mate.
Good afternoon. Hello to everyone who's watching on the stream and the many people that are here at the race circuit as well. Really looking forward to this. We had a taste of it in our second qualifying session. Unfortunately, we didn't get an early one in because of an incident early on in the session, and we got a cast off, and it's Richard Gardner's Lamborghini Gallardo on Mountain Straight by the look of it. And he's rolling back. I don't think he's got it in reverse, but...
No, well, with the 1 in 6 gradient that we often get here at Mount Panorama, trying to keep the things in a parked position is sometimes a tricky beast, but he's got that car rolling once again, so it might have just been a case of Alt, Control, Delete, hopefully, and reset the car, and away we go once again. So we saw earlier on this morning that it was Brad Shields that was the man to beat in qualifying. An exceptional lap time, a 2:07.4 in the end to be the fast man. Stephen Lacey will start alongside him on the front row from Nathan Hearn, Mark Duggan. So they're your first 2 rows. Blake Tracy, position number 5. Ben Gomersall will start for position 6 in this one with Jake Donaldson, Matt Sims, Scott Taylor and Michael Rao. The first 10 cars for this one.
Looks like we may have lost a couple. There was 54 that went out for the qualifying session earlier, and we may have lost a couple. There was an incident at Forest Elbow, which I think may see Lee Stibbs not start, and Peter Gray Commodore had something happen at the chase. We didn't actually see what happened there, but it had damage on it, so while it was in the middle of the track, we assumed that it must have bounced off something like the tyre wall or whatever, but there was damage to the back of that car. Tyler Cheney's car had involved in that incident at Forest Elbow, but I think that's fixable. That was a control arm only. There's a couple of cars stopped at the top of the mountain that we did see up there. The Rob van der Kamp Falcon had a flat tyre. The Wood Falcon Turbo overheated, and they pulled up, and the BMW that was there also just had a fuel issue. Didn't have any.
Did you say didn't have any?
Didn't have any by that stage.
Oh, that's a bit of a miscalculation and then some.
Fuel gauge wasn't working.
Ah, that would explain.
We were having trouble with it.
So behind the control of the safety car at the moment, we are expecting a rolling start for this one once we do get underway. The great thing, of course, about this class is so many different variation of cars, and the benchmark lap time that they can do has been lowered this year as well, because we have some older spec GT cars here. It's been lowered from a 2:09 down to a 2:05 here this weekend, so expect some handsome lap times once we get into the proper end of the race, once the pressures get up to working temps for these tyres. So double file formation, it'll be a rolling start. It'll be Shields with Lacey on that front row. And it's going to be a thunderous roar of these machines once they head down the Meguiar's pit straight. And look at the field. They're still coming over the crest on Conrod Straight, if you don't mind, while the head of the field's going to Murray's Corner.
They haven't formed up down there. They're that far back. There's plenty of action at the front of the field as they round that corner, and we'll get the red lights out and it'll be underway.
The roar of sports cars and sedans at Mount Panorama is set to thunder once again. As away we go, the first race of the weekend for the Meguiar's Bathurst 12-hour. A great start from Shields heading into turn number 1. Duggan there just locking up that right front. And speaking of which, though, cars further on through the pack having nowhere to go, trying to avoid those in front. But at the moment, we stay green, heading up Mountain Straight for the first time. Great start from Shields. He's using the pace of that Fiat up Mountain Straight for the first time.
And the two-team Mustangs from Trans Am in second and third with Hearn and Tracy, followed by Steve Lacey in fourth position at this stage. got a bit of a, looked like he bogged down off the line, dropped the spots. I did see that Matt Sims is not there. He would have started out at 10th. He's not there. And this is a car that went off at turn 1.
Tip man, I think it might have been in that Ford BF Falcon that got caught down there at turn number 1. It looked like he was just trying to step sideways from those cars in front to not make contact with those ahead of him. Now look at Hearn all over the back of Shields here, going across the top of Mount Panorama here for the first time. Likewise, throw to the mix Tracy as well. But Hearn working this car off the exit of the racetrack there, heading down into the S's for the first time. It is very tight between your top 3 at the moment. Bit of cloud cover there at the moment, which will help the track conditions as well. But Shields has got his work cut out here in the opening lap of 10, and Mark Duggan has come to a stop. We saw him block up on that opening lap. It looks like it's on the outside of the cutting and in not a great spot either. So if he doesn't get that car moving, we might be under control of the safety car.
Already those top 3 cars have moved away from Lacey, who himself he got some problems because he did have the Donaldson car right behind him, but that's dropped back now and Gomesel's got ahead of him. So we're gone safety car already. And look at the gap that Shields actually put on him on the straight.
He opened up a fair bit of a margin by the time they got to the end of Conrod, but that's going to account for nothing now because the Duggan machine, as you can see on screen, has stopped there at the Ford cutting.
Hard to see if there's any damage. Maybe he's just had some sort of a mechanical issue.
Started 4th, but was going back and was going quite slowly up Mountain Straight too, so it's not the way that he wanted the opening race of the weekend to start. I tell you what though, if he does get this thing rectified before tomorrow, it will be a Herculean effort to try and come through the field. So watch Duggan, he'll just pinch that left front ever so, actually it's the right front heading into turn number 1, and then further on through, unfortunately for Mann, just running off the edge of the racetrack there and down the escape road at Hell Corner.
It's a busy time for all those cars back in the field, and you can see him say head up towards the cutting, and there he is slowing up. So a mechanical issue of some sort.
Pulls up on driver's right, but unfortunately not really anywhere to park it safely at that point of the racetrack.
Well, it can be difficult to find a spot to pull up, particularly when there's about 50-odd cars behind you.
Well, that's the problem, because there is a spot about 100 metres up the road on the left-hand side, which is probably exactly where that official is pointing to at the moment. But to your point, Gary, when you've got so many cars coming through, the smart thing's just to park it on the edge of what is the racing lineup there at Griffin at the cutting.
And hope everyone knows about it.
That's right. So we'll work through the time of this race. It is a 10-lap race, and we will be under some sort of time certain finish if we get to that point, because we've still got a busy afternoon ahead of us here.
I think it's a 30-minute
correct
schedule.
Correct. So that's what we'll be aiming towards here. It's 1 lap after 3:33 local time here. And good to see that hopefully this recovery is going to be somewhat quick, although we've got to, exactly to the point you were saying a moment ago, we're going to have to wait for the whole field now to come through before you can merge into the traffic and get that car parked in a safer position. It was a good start from Shields, wasn't it? But that fight across the top of the opening lap, Hearn, Tracy, and Lacey was closing in as well. It was a nice little battle pack starting to form.
Yeah, Lacey actually was right on the back of the 2 TA2 cars when they hit Conrod, but unfortunately, the yellow flags are out at that stage, and that's all she wrote.
And that outside lane on that initial start was tough to get going because it looked like Lacey actually hooked it a little bit too hard, got some rear wheel spin, and that's why it balked up the right-hand side of that lane heading into Hell Corner for the first time. A good start as well, you've got to say, by Ben Gomesel. Moved up to position number 5. And the interesting thing about that particular car, they've just wheeled that out of the Gold Coast Motor Museum here to Mount Panorama this weekend. So they've dusted it off. It's doing a really good job so far. Of course, that's an ex-SBR Falcon that was driven by Scott McLaughlin to his Super 2 championship win back in 2012 at Sydney Olympic Park when he won that title.
A bit of cross-country riding as well.
One of the locals. I would dare say that's probably the house on the inside of Griffin's Bend. I know there's, and look at that, right on cue. There is a house up there with a motorcycle track. You and I, Gary, have been here too many times to know that.
There was a horse there one year.
Paul Radisich, remember, was feeding it.
Feeding it, yeah.
Yeah. So that motocross track has been there for quite a while, in fact.
I dare say Duggan won't get any be chastised at all because he is sponsoring the event, so he has got that going for him. And they're going to, as you said, they're going to back it into that safe area just at the top of the cutting at Reed Park there. And then they'll recover that after this race.
So it's Shields, Hearn, Tracy, Lacey and Gomersall, the top 5 at the moment. Jake Donaldson doing a really good job so far here this weekend in position number 6 from Taylor, Rowell, McMillan, who's moved up at the initial start as well, position number 9, and Carr completing the top 10.
I got a feeling that Donaldson may have had a drama down at Forest Elbow because he was right behind Lacey at that point and Gomersall was further back, and then all of a sudden they changed positions. So there could have been a drama there for the black Porsche driver.
So great job by our recovery teams. They've got that car moved off quickly, which means we'll get back to green flag conditions here for race number 1 of the weekend. Shields will lead us back to the green flag on what will be lap 3 of 10 here this afternoon at Mount Panorama. We'll see what Nathan Hearn can do, if he can try and stay with Shields, particularly across the top end of the racetrack. Green flag once again. Back to a resumption here. Gomersall already looking on the back of Lacey here, further back through in position number 5.
Meguiar looking to get past Scotty Taylor as well as Ryan McMillan slots in behind him in the green IRC GTSS.
And Shields using the pace of that Fiat up the mountain. We'll see if these Trans Am cars can try and close in on him once they go across the top, as Tracy right on the back here of Hearn. And look at the way those two TA2 cars are moving around on the racetrack, both of them almost into the outside wall there on the exit of Griffin's Bend. And Steve Lacey at the moment is just sitting back there waiting to see what happens here, if he can try and pit pocket the both of them. But like we saw in the opening lap, this is where the Trans Am cars now are making up the ground onto the back of Lacey. It is, isn't it? Because these cars move around a lot, particularly on the top of the racetrack, but they are right on the rear bar now of your race leader. As the field,
with the sports sedan with the aero that it has, would be a lot quicker across the top of the mountain.
But you watch him pull away once they get down Cotterod Straight. Lacey in it as well, so a nice little pack forming here at the moment. Hearn got a great exit then out of the dipper. See if he shows the nose down here into Forest Elbow. Thought about it for a moment, but knew that he was probably going to be a sitting duck per se once they get down towards the end here of Conrod Straight. Now watch this Fiat start to ramp up through the gearbox, and Lacey in behind as well.
The sports sedan spec IRC car has just funded his way past a pair of them. And now we'll try and centre in on, and even, Gomersall's having a look as well.
Oh, Tracy puts the car on the exit of the racetrack. They're going through the kink. Almost lost the rear of the car as the left-hand side dropped into the grass, and he was lucky to hold on to that. He's had some moments today. He almost grazed the wall on top of Mount Panorama in the qualifying session. This brand new race car is looking a little scared at the moment because you don't want to put her in panel out of place.
Tried to cover him across on pit straight, but the Falcon driver was just too far up and takes that position away. Now Donaldson will look at the back of Tracy as well.
Yeah, this brand new race car, you want to look after it. It's going to be a long year ahead. And Donaldson is going to look for all he's worth. Speaking of looking, that's what Lacey's doing on your race leader heading up into Griffin's Bend. No can do this time by. And watch to see how much Hearn can close in again across the top of the racetrack. But you would suspect that now these two sports sedans will try and pull clear from the rest of the field with the pace they have going up and down the mountain.
Got a twin rotor turbo in the lead car, a LS 6-litre in the second car, and LS in the third car at this stage. But certainly Hearn does make up a lot of ground across the top of the mountain, and he just ropes them in there through the grade area to be right on the top of them as they go across McPhillamy and Skyline.
It's good to watch, isn't it? Because all these cars achieve their speeds at different points of the racetrack. Even Goasel now is bringing in the pack behind him too into this lead. What was initially trio, but it's extended now with Gomersall, Tracy, even Donaldson as well. Back down into Forest Elbow. Lacey trying to look for the better drive off the eggs of the corner, and he got that then as well. Almost an overlap by the time they get through that little left-hander and down Conrod Straight. Now it's on. Shields holding the lead at the moment, but Lacey is trying to make that car as wide as he possibly can in the rear vision mirror. Gomersall, I think, got past Hearn as well, and indeed he did in that Ford Falcon FG. So now it's Shields from Lacey and Gomersall, your top three.
Well, on that lap, Shields down Conrod, 289 and 291 from the IRC car in second. A little bit slower for the Falcon at 284. And we've got one of the Burkhart's Porsches parked up the top of the mount. It's car 24, that's Seth Burkhart's the son of Sven. And also that car was the car that won the original GT3 Cup Challenge Series many moons ago, which is now a Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge, of course.
Just parked up on the left-hand side there at Reed Park.
Be a local yellow, we hope.
We hope. So here's Ben Gomersall. Watch this moment for Tracy. Left-hand side of that car on the grass. And he is so lucky to get away with that, because quite often we see cars then vie towards the right-hand side and make heavy contact with the wall. And then ultimately Gomersall was able to get down the inside here into Hell Corner. And that was part of the charge as he ultimately would get into position number 3.
The Trans Am cars do lack a little bit of top end compared to their nearest rivals. This battle continues.
The great thing about this IRC GT Super Sedan variant is that it's got no traction control. It's got no ABS, so you've got to be really precise with your inputs on the throttle and under brakes as well in order to achieve the speed out of this race car. And it's tough when you're nestled in underneath the rear wing of the car in front too.
The Trans Am cars have just surprised me just how well they handle across the top of the mount compared to cars that have got better aero.
It's attacking the supercar here, isn't it, of Gomersall heading back down Conrod Straight once again. We'll check the speeds for you as well, as Lacey will sit in the draft here of Shields. Shields, I just saw a puff of smoke as it bottomed out under compression going back over the rise there on Conrod Straight. Both of them having to really wrestle the cars through the kink it.
292 from the Fiat.
Impressive, isn't it? And we do now go yellow flag. So for the second time in this race, we'll see the intervention of the safety car, and that'll put Gomersall back into the fight if we get back under green flag conditions. And that's exactly the reason why, unfortunately, can't start agreeing with that car in quite a precarious position on the left-hand side of the road there.
And when we're calling times where it is at the radar point, which is not exactly the fastest part of Conrod Straight.
Correct, yeah. It's about another 150 metres by the time we get to the braking zone there at the chase.
Try and get some dash readouts for tomorrow to give you an idea of just how fast they are.
Now, I don't know how good of a car salesman you are, Gary, but if you're a good man, you can try and help someone out by trying to sell that old Falcon there off the exit of turn number 1.
Troy Wood, actually, who runs a XR6 Turbo, and we've seen that stopped in the earlier qualifying session, he bought an engine from a station wagon to put in his car, which he paid $4,500 for, and that car's got something like 800 horsepower with a turbo on it.
I'm reliably told as well that car that we just saw got about 124,000 Ks on the clock, so it'd be a good buy for anyone here this weekend.
Hardly used.
Stop by, there you go, look at that. For sale. Is there a price on it? I don't know if there is. We'll give old mate a call. 0434 004 884. Open line number remains open.
What's the betting it gets sold before the weekend? It's been advertised around the world.
I reckon if we put a 10% on that as well, we might make a quid this weekend.
Yeah, well, we should get a commission.
That's right.
Scotty Taylor in the GT3R. It's a different spec car, and there's about 4 of them in the country, I think, when they were racing in GT3. And here comes the Burkhart's Porsche.
I would dare say they'll probably pull this car off to the left-hand side of the road up here as well and quickly retrieve that car behind the wall, and we'll get back underway with still 5 laps to go, roughly 10 minutes as well. That's exactly what they'll do.
Yeah, well, I might go green at the end of this lap, actually.
Yeah, you would hope so, and you would probably think so as well. So a 2:11.5, the fast lap of the race, currently set by Shields out in front.
Been a little bit of movement back in the field a bit. We've got Meguiar in position 7, Ryan McMillan in 8, so he's picked up a couple of spots. Lockie Harburg in the IRC GT car is in 9th, and Scotty Taylor 10th. John Goodacre in 11th, another IRC car. Brad Carr in the Porsche is out of 12. So a couple of them there have picked up spots. As we said, we can confirm that Matt Sim hasn't started, so whatever that drama they had after their centre bearing went in qualifying 1, it must have returned, or we've had another issue in the second. Another car that didn't do a lot in the second qualifying session was the Anthony Cox Saab, the Dodge NASCAR-powered, engine-powered car. It some sort of an electrical issue, a switch that decided to fall a bit, so 20-cent part.
So hopefully, fingers crossed, we'll go back to green flag conditions on this lap here.
And obviously, sorry for jumping over there, but Tyler Cheney's car wasn't ready, but I assume he'll be back for tomorrow.
So lights go out on the safety car as it goes across the top, the crest there on Conrod Straight. Nathan Hearn, a 2 times National Trans Am champion, making life difficult for those in front of him going across the top of Mount Panorama. So let's wait and see who'll come out on top in this one. Just under 10 minutes to go. Lap 5 of what was originally scheduled to be 10. Currently lap 6 at the moment. But has Lacey got anything for Shields? The man that basically formed this category, started as a regularity event, you would say, up here at the Easter weekend, before turning into what we know now as sports cars and sedans up here at Mount Panorama, playing support to the Meguiar's Bathurst 12 Hour. When will Shields step back on the gas pedal here?
Drama for McMillan, he's dropping back. He's letting cars go past him. Yes.
Comes into the lane. So it's a shame. He was making up some spots in this race. But unfortunately, that car is going to go no further here in race 1 of the weekend as we get back under green.
That car was the outright winner here last year as well. Overall, won all 3 races, but got pinged for breaking out in a lap time in race 2, so actually replaced the second. So there is the Cox Saab coming through, so they have made up a bit of ground because they didn't get much in the way of qualifying done.
So top 3 pretty evenly spread out now as Lacey has got some work to do if he wants to catch onto the back of Shields. And look at Scott Taylor here. He went defensive into Hell Corner and likewise into Griffin's Bend too. As the field worked their way up through the cutting, Lacey then just a little bit of understeer through the front tyres, then going through the cutting, just washed out wide. And the margin from first to second is just on 1 second as they go across the top now.
Interesting that Shields got away from Lacey in that opening part of the lap. The first sector, you might say, and he's maintained it a bit this year, this time around as well. So go across the top of the mountain itself.
It's like we saw in that initial start, wasn't it, where the car just struggles to get away on the jump as Tracy going straight ahead there at the S's at the top of Mount Panorama. You could hear the tyres protesting there, so I dare say it wasn't just trying to be safe. It was, he had a moment going down then.
I think he's got issues too.
He might have more of a problem here as he trying to hold off those in behind him here. And he's got a bit of a train, but that car appears to be a little bit off the pace, and now he pulls off towards driver's right, and it's more than just a slow moment. There's a problem for that car.
Yeah, and Donaldson's dropped back to 7th, so Raoul's got ahead of him as well.
I'll tell you what, Donaldson, though, is going to be fighting hard here because he's got some quick cars in behind him. And watch for Scott Taylor, and that's Scott Taylor Motorsport. 222 car. He looks towards the inside here as well. Late under brakes, threads the needle and picks up another spot. So move Taylor now into position number 7 and starting to make his way through. Donaldson defensive here. Oh, Taylor is going to have to open the steering ever so slightly.
That's Taylor in the black and green car. The other car's not on the timing, the one that's behind Donaldson.
So McMillan comes back onto the racetrack just in front of your leaders. And this battle still between...
Oh, Goodacre going around it.
Turn one there. And
yeah, we all hold our breath.
He's stuck in the middle of the racetrack. Some drivers then did a great job trying to avoid him, and he does a good job as well getting out of the way.
He hasn't got much of a turning circle though, but he gets it around.
Yeah, he'll get that thing refired heading back up Mountain Straight, but it was stuck right in the middle of the racetrack. Here's a replay, Gary. Talk us through it.
Yeah, he's come into the corner and did it close up. No, it's all done it on his own. Must have just got on the power just a little bit early and just got missed by Warwick Morris in the Porsche coming out of that corner. That was close.
That was very, very close, but he did a really good job. And it looks like we're going back up towards the top here. Forest Elbow, contact further back in the pack.
That's Mark Tracy and one of the Porsches. That's Blake's dad. Fire engine red, you can tell that that car was actually painted in respect to the Bush Fire Brigade.
So Shields out in front, trying to pick up the pace here. He's done a personal best to the first sector. And there's, unfortunately, Blake Tracy parked on driver's right going down Conrod Straight. But again, he's done a good job to get that out of harm's way. So how's the difference? So Nathan Hearn, down in position number 4, was 1.1 seconds quicker across the top of Mount Panorama than Shields, your race leader, just showing the difference in speeds compared to from the Sport Sedan Fiat and the TA2 Mustang.
So he's a distant 4th. McMillan a lap down, that green car going through. Then it's Mick Grau. And then the leading Porsche, a leading sports car, which looks like it might be, because it's not coming up on our timing, but another one pulls in.
Might be a Bacchini BMW, I think, that might be parked on the left-hand side of the road there. Back where Paul Will parked his car at the end of...
trouble for Rob van der Kamp in the Falcon.
So Will or Cameron Conville? I think it was Cameron Conville that year in 2007.
Yep, it was.
The warm-up lap of the 1000?
Yeah. It's Jason Miller in that Porsche, who's actually the leading sports car now.
And it is one of the Bacchini BMWs, but has refired that car once again, thank goodness. So we stay under green flag. That's Paul Buccini driving the car this weekend.
That's a cold boot to get that going.
Carly Buccini also in the field of the 999 BMW this weekend too, of course.
Scott Taylor and Lockie Harburg going at it. Harburg out of Porsches into this IRC car and putting the pressure on Scotty Taylor. So head up through the cutting. Ahead of them on the road, of course, is Jack Donaldson. And we think it's Jason Miller who's leading in the Porsches in position 6.
Just watching Taylor here going across the top, that glorious Porsche sound here at Mount Panorama.
You can always tell these cars because they're a bit fatter than the normal 911s and 911s and 997s.
Yeah, with that much bigger aero kit. So a 2:08 fast up the race at the moment for Shields, nowhere near that benchmark time of a 2:05. They cannot go quicker than. So the field work their way back down into Forest Elbow. Counting down this race as well as we head back towards our race leader of Shields here. Comfortable out in front, 2.3 seconds the margin between himself and Lacey.
I think he'll have the checkered flag on this occasion as well as he comes down to the last corner. So race 1 for the weekend goes to Brad Shields in the Joe Said Fiat 124 Rotary Turbo.
Lacey home in second. Good job for him as well in that yellow and black IRC machine. Gomersall strong in position number 3 in that ex-SBR Falcon. Nathan Hearn in the end coming home in position number 4.
Now here comes our Porsches, and it's Jason Miller ahead of Jake Donaldson. And we go back to Lockie Harburg, who got back in front of Scotty Taylor.
that was a race-long battle at the end, wasn't it, between the pair of them?
Brad Carr, Andy Hall, the next 2 across the line. They've got Lee Stibbs there in position 11, which I find a bit, this is done big job to get that thing back if it's true.
So Shields in the end,
change.
3.1 seconds he had in favour over Stephen Lacey. So that is a very respectable job in the end from Shields. You'd come to expect that from the performance that he's shown here over the years at Mount Panorama. Of course, a place that he knows very, very well. And just watching Ben Cavich going across the line as well in that BMW, that race for a cure Beamer that we see compete up here as well, normally during the Bathurst 6 hour.
Yeah, Sean McCooney going through in that Skyline Chef-powered car. He won Group 1 of chassis last year in that car, so he's well attuned to what happens with it.
So let's have a look at the results for you for race number 1 of the weekend. Brad Shields getting the job done from Stephen Lacey. Ben Gomersall home in position number 3. Nathan Hearn in 4th. Then you go back to Donaldson, who was further relegated because Miller was able to finish in position number 5. So it was Donaldson really in 6th, Taylor in 7th, Harburg in position number 8. Then you go back to Carr and Hall completing our top 10.
Yeah, just outside of there is Cameron Reese, another of the Hall customers. Warwick Morris in 13th. Well, they got Jason Miller at 14th, but I think that's further up. Brent Edwards, who got his car going after sponsored by Cable Source, but a fly-by-wire issue in Q1. Greg Boyle in the Nissan Skyline four-wheel drive further back. Ben Cavich in 31st position in the BMW. Matt O'Brien in the VS6 supercar is next behind him. And then we go back further, and well, some of these guys didn't get out. Glenn Walker there in probably the most standard car, Toyota 86 in this one. Ryan McMillan a lap down, of course, and the cars at the end there that just didn't start, and we assumed that Richard Gardner just pulled in and didn't start the race.
Some big names down the back, which we'll have to pay close attention to tomorrow because they'll be flying through the field on the opening lap. Another 2 races tomorrow for the class. And here's the highlights of race number 1. Shields got a great start. Lacey a little bit slow to get away, but further on in behind. Duggan locked up, but unfortunately further dramas for those in behind with Tim Mann running wide at Hell Corner. But it was Lacey that was able to pull away from the rest of the field. And unfortunately for Duggan, he would go no further. Parked up there at the Ford cutting, and that would bring out the first safety car in the race. Shields, though, brought the field back towards the green. And we saw this great battle as Hearn really closed in, but it was the sports sedans that would get the legs heading down Conrod Straight. Stephen Lacey only getting through to position number 2. It was like a man-made chicane going down Conrod Straight there. And then the battle between Tracy and Gomersall was fantastic. Gomersall had to chase the car across the road going down the Meguiar's pit straight, would get down the inside and would move his way up into position number 3.
And here's Seth Burkhardt brought out the second safety car, and we went back to racing again. And again, it was out in front, Brad Shields, and of course there was a bit of an incident there for Mark Tracy. He almost went up the back of another car and also did himself more damage. Johnny Goodacre spun down at Murray's Corner, and Stephen Shields, his son in Brad, took the win and led from start to finish.
And he will start race number 2 tomorrow on pole position. Another 2 races coming up for the sports cars and sedans tomorrow. Thoroughly looking forward to it. Gary, thank you so much for your time. We'll see you again tomorrow.
Pleasure.
And of course, we've got still a busy afternoon coming up here at Mount Panorama. Up next, race number 1 for Ferrari Challenge Australasia right here at Mount Panorama.
2.
A new championship year starts right here at Mount Panorama for Ferrari Challenge Australasia, a 5-round championship that will visit Phillip Island, the Bend, Queensland Raceway and Sydney Motorsport Park. But it's the home of Australian motorsport at Mount Panorama, where the second year of this wonderful championship in this part of the world will set stage. Getting set for race number 1 of the weekend, Brian van der Wacker, Renato Liberto alongside me for this one. Plenty of excitement in and amongst the paddock as race 1's about to get underway, Ren.
Mate, there's a lot happening. Car 88, Adnan Sibai, one of our sort of debut drivers for the championship this year. Car has failed to start off the grid walk, so he is being recovered as we speak. And from our quali session, Michael Walker, car 164, that car has been fully repaired and is back on the grid to start the race.
Which is good to hear and good to see. And as we mentioned, it's going to be a long, hard year, 10 races in total, like what we saw in season 2025 as well. And what a glorious place to start the championship, Mount Panorama. For some of these drivers, it's their first visit to this place, 23 turns in total, 3 hours west of Sydney. And this 6.213 place of driving excellence is really the place where a lot of people, not just here in Australia, but around the world, have this place on their bucket list to come and try one day. And that elevation change is the one thing that so many people talk about here at Mount Panorama, and just how tight and narrow it is across the top of the racetrack as well, particularly when they head down the mountain. So what we're going to see here is 30 minutes for the opening race of the weekend. Enzo Cheng was brilliant in qualifying earlier on today. A new qualifying lap record of a 2-minute 6.9249, which was only 6/100ths of a second quicker than Antoine Gattani, which was in fact the tightest pole margin that we've seen in the history of the category as well, just 6/100ths of a second.
And Brian, I think the big story for me as well is at the end of quali, I mentioned there was a car that slipped through the red flag, and that was Rick Armstrong. So he's been moved rear of grid. Now he's got the pace to be running with those front guys, and he was the one I was saying is the dark horse here to take a surprise win this weekend, and he's got to fight his way back from rear of grid now. So he's got quite a sort of job ahead of him, and while he's working his way through, Enzo and Antoine might show a clear set of heels to the rest of the field.
The word up and down the paddock would have been just to watch out, let him go by, because he is going to be the faster car. So here's your grid: Enzo Cheng, Antoine Gattani on the front row, Jim Pollicina with Richard Moore alongside him, and then it's the battle of the shell class with David Truern and Masahiro Taguchi alongside on that 4th row. And there's Rick Armstrong, like we mentioned, off the 7th row in position number 13. He is going to have to work his way through this field in order to get to the front, and it's going to be a tough opening lap for him. We'll pay close attention on that opening lap as we'll get set for 30 minutes here. The opening race of 10 all up in season 2026 of Ferrari Challenge Australasia. The cars will do a rolling start, so double file formation as they come through the chase. And it's that battle between Cheng and Gattani which really came to fruition at the last round of the Bend in 2025. But here this weekend, it's going to be a year-long battle between the pair of them. Throw in a mix, Jim Pollicina, who has so much experience here at Mount Panorama. A little bit of cloud cover, which will help these cars as well. It's the calm before the storm.
I think Antoine's goal here has got to be to try and stay alongside or as close to the back of Enzo as possible to get that run up the hill, because turn 2 to me is where it's going to decide that first phase of this race. Is whoever's in front of turn 2 will command control over the top of the mountain.
Year 2 of Ferrari Challenge Australasia is about to get underway here at Mount Panorama as season 2026 is green, and it's a great start from Enzo Cheng on that inside front row. He will lead the field through Hell Corner for the first time as Gattani is just trying to hold off Jim Pollicina through the first turn, and he will do that as well. And now we'll try and see the draft of Cheng going up Mountain Straight.
Rick Armstrong's already picked up 3 spots off the start into turn 1. A really good result for him as well. He'll have his head down now, working past a couple of those Copper Shell and Trofeo 488 cars to try and latch onto the back of these guys at the end of this lap.
There he is, The number 2 machine, the white, red and blue Ferrari, the 298 car working his way through the field, going through Griffin's Bend for the first time. Going to make up another spot here as well. So he's certainly picking his way through nicely in the early stages of this race. But out in front, it's Cheng, Gattani, Pollicina, your top 3, all very close to each other already right now. And Pollicina, he means business here. He was quicker towards the back end of last year as well. He's a guy who has so much experience up here at Mount Panorama over a number of years from production cars, even the likes of Super 3 here in Australia, but now loves the challenge of these Ferrari cars, and he'll work his way back down to the S's for the first time.
And I think for a driver like of Jim's experience, he's going to be sit tight here and just keep pressure on the back of those guys. You know, it wasn't often last year that they had a really hard sort of fought race for a position. So if he can sit behind them and kind of keep the pressure on them, it might force a mistake for an easy pickup.
How's Moore at the moment in Trofeo Pirelli 488? He's also in amongst the mix as well. So we'll see if he can try and fight out those in front for an outright podium position. Wouldn't that be a story here in the opening race of season 2026 as the cars fly down Conrod Straight, getting close to 300 kilometres per hour as they tip it into the kink, and then back down the gearbox to 4th gear, 110 kilometres per hour at the turn-in point here at the left-hander at the chase. And Cheng trying to get the car up to working temps and pressures here before he settles down into a rhythm.
Now, chatting to Rick as well about how he's, well, another spin at the back. There might be Emil Norden, the 100 car, rotating there just into the chase. We'll see if he's made the gravel at all. I just mentioned there, Rick, talking to him, he's running to the chase. He said he all of a sudden was up considerably on his quickest lap in qualifying, and then had a big change going to the chase. He said the car didn't pull up as well. He realised he'd set the car to ABS 3 instead. So he thinks he could have gone 6/10 quicker on his quali lap based on his sectors of where he was for that session. So he may actually have a lot more pace up his sleeve than he showed on the timing sheets, which is going to make it interesting.
So adjustable ABS in these cars, also adjustable traction control as well for these drivers to aid them throughout the course of a lap, as Cheng, Gattani, Pollicina 1, 2 and 3 on the road, all covered by less than a second and nose to tail in that battle for position number 1. It's going to be something we'll talk about throughout the portion of this 30 minutes, but the thing about these cars as well, they are hampered by dirty air, so trying to position yourself properly in order to try and not get as much dirty air is something that they'll try and look for, but hard to do when it's very much single file formation across the top of the racetrack.
And you could see that then by Antoine, you know, deliberately offsetting himself a little bit coming into the grate, and McPhillamy there to try and help just get some air flowing over the front of the car. Jim utilising the other offset the other way, almost mirroring the line that Enzo was. So they're all thinking about it here, and as you say, it is very much in these GT cars, it's usually single file and very close, or, you know, a big issue up there for cleanup. So it's great to see them all sort of respecting each other's space at the moment. I guess just trying to understand the rhythm of this race.
Getting into a rhythm is sometimes the difficult thing as well when you've got cars around you all battling for position. So these 3 incidentally have put 2.5 seconds between themselves and Moore back there in position number 4. So they're pulling away now. And incidentally, the rise for Armstrong already up to position number 7, and he's actually done a best across the top of Mount Panorama at a 36.6. So he's continuing to find pace at the moment, and you would probably say a good result for him would be up into position number 4, probably.
That's right. He's going to have a lot of work to do. I mean, we definitely don't want to see a safety car here, but I can't see these guys giving up enough time for him to recover that amount of ground at this stage. So P4 is probably a very good result. He can look forward to getting a single point extra for the fastest lap. So that's probably, if a strategy would be happy with 4th and try and pick up that extra point and hope it makes a difference by the end of the season.
So from the margin that we've got between position 1 and 7, which is Armstrong, is about 8.8 seconds. So that's the margin that he'll have to try and close in if he's to possibly at all catch our leaders out in front. So here's a replay of the start. It was Cheng that had to get defensive in that run to turn 1. Likewise for Gattani, because it was Pollicina that was trying to stick the nose down the inside.
Yeah, that run into turn 1 so critical. You can see that little bit of a wiggle there he's had on the exit as well. You can lose so much momentum if you get blocked on that inside run that it really affects here.
And here's that moment at the chase as well, just having to correct the car back onto the racetrack, and those in behind did a really good job, in fact, to avoid and not get involved in the incident as well. Emil Norden then was the one that got caught up, and it looks like he's brought that car back into the lane.
Yeah, I dare say it's probably, you know, the classic thing. You can see a little bit of bodywork hanging off the underside there in the centre floor. Just when the car goes off like that into the gravel, even if it's gentle, it still is very low to the ground. There's a lot of quite delicate aerodynamic work under these cars. So hopefully that's a very quick fix for them to just get him back out there circulating to get some more laps under his belt here.
So Pollicina in position number 3 did a best to the first sector, but there's not much you can really do about it because he's having to follow the cars in front, and it's almost a game now of probably waiting towards the back end of this race to make you move. It's almost like a game of chess as to when you do in fact make that race-winning move if it proves to be.
And again with Conrad Strait here, just watching the speed trap then, Gaetani 296 in the tow behind Enzo Cheng, even though he wasn't right up the rear bar. As soon as you get into that little bit of a tow, I could see him closing in that final stage in the run into the chase. So that to me there is showing that there is a big opportunity here with these cars to get that tow into the final sort of run into the chase for an overtake, potentially on the last lap here.
And where that marker is for the speed trap, these cars are still wide open for probably another 200 metres past that. Yes, so you're looking bang on that 300 kilometres per hour mark going down Conrad Strait, which is seriously impressive in one of these machines. So we're watching Gaetani trying to hold off Pollicina for positions 2 and 3 at the moment. And there's that margin all the way back to Moore in position number 4, but again Moore in that 488 car doing a really good job. And here's Armstrong, he's got 2 cars in front of him, position 7. He's going to try and pit pocket Wilson and Trewern here and try and find his way in position 5.
And Rob Wilson there in the 44 car is effectively the team principal for the car that Rick's running under the Zagami Autosport brand here. So I suspect there might be some team orders at play here, but I'll just go after you, Rick. I'll see you at the finish line. But it's good to see that, you know, Rod's putting a fair bit of pressure here on David Trewern. They're having a great battle here, but I think Rick will probably take his moment to get through cleanly. And based on what I've seen, and Rod being quite quick so far, he should better get past him on Conrad if he gets close enough down the hill.
And for Trewern, he is in a different class. So he is in that copper shell class here this weekend. You can spot that with the yellow banner on the top of the windscreen, as opposed to the 44 car of Rod Wilson, who is in Trofeo Pirelli with that red banner across the top of the windscreen too.
This is where Rick's going to be quick here. He's got to try and latch onto the back of Rod because he should be able to get a very good tow here running into the bottom of the chase.
Rod there for a moment, going for the late apex. I thought for a brief moment he was going to open the door there for Armstrong to go through, but he's not going to make it that easy for him. You've got to be nice to the boss here, Rick. Look after yourself. You might get an invite back for the next round in a couple of weeks' time at Phillip Island. Back through the kink, now under brakes, using every bit of the rotor, the carbon fibre ceramic brakes that we see for these cars. The Plus variant gives them a little bit more longevity as well. And Armstrong now right on the back here as he looks towards the inside. And Wilson is going to make life a little bit difficult for him as he half shuts the door down there at Meguiar's Murray's corner. And he's not going to make this too easy for Rick, I reckon. That was probably a little bit close for my mind. And again, Rick very late using all the ABS then going into Hell Corner. This is a good little battle right now for position number 6 on the circuit.
And I think the whole time Rick's going to be just looking at up Mountain Straight every lap. They're getting a bit further away. They're getting a bit further away.
No team orders here at the moment. So they've worked their way back into Griffin's Bend. Team orders only belongs in Formula 1 at the moment, not in Ferrari Challenge Australasia. And in front, incidentally, Cheng still holding on from Gaetani and Pollicina, but it's more this battle that we're watching between the teammates in regards. Here is that battle for the lead. And if anything, Cheng's started to get into a little bit of a rhythm here now. He's got 6/10 between himself and Gaetani. Probably the biggest margin that he's had of the race so far. And to say that 6/10 is the biggest margin just shows you how close it's been.
And the big thing I'm looking at here, just on my notes from the quali as well, is so Enzo did 9 laps in quali. Antoine only 6 because he boxed early. So I mentioned in quali there may be a couple of laps at the end here where Antoine's tyres just have a little bit more sort of twinkle in the eyes. They're kind of coming into some of these sort of faster sections over the top that might give him that opportunity to get that pass done on the last lap. 2
sets of the Pirelli tyres they're entitled to use throughout the 2 qualifying and the 2 races throughout the course of the weekend as well. And the way you utilise them, you've got to be very careful and manage that tyre life throughout the course of a weekend. Again, Gattani just trying to close in there, going down into the chase, and looks like a moment here for Ross Tamano that's just run wide, in fact, going through the cutting. Luckily, though, didn't make contact with the outside wall and is able to continue on.
That's about as close as you want to get a yellow card at that barrier, I think, before you start seeing some paint transfer across.
Like we saw earlier on in qualifying, it's very easy to make contact with that outside wall there at the Ford cutting. And here comes Armstrong. He's got more of the car down the inside this time by, and Wilson sees him at the last moment. And if anything, Armstrong didn't give him much room on the exit there and shows him the grass going through Murray's corner, but he gets the spot and now moves himself into position number 6. The next one he's going to try and get past is Truern in front of him.
Now, if I was young Liqui-Moly, who's the coach for Truern, I'd be saying, as soon as he gets close, let him pass. This is not for positioning class. This is a Trofeo Pirelli car coming through on a copper shell, so I'd be letting David give him up. But based on what I've just seen then anyway, give him plenty of room to get through and make that as clean as possible.
It was a big old dive bomb, wasn't it? So here it is again on the replay. Car just squirming a little bit under brakes as it goes into the ABS. And it was almost like it was the last minute for Wilson that saw him in the mirror. Thankfully opened up the steering and there wasn't contact.
And these cars do have the big halo-style headrest, and you sit very low in the car, so your peripheral, the cars can appear quite late. Steve Owen, who's our driving standards advisor for this category, does talk about that kind of, I guess, the field of vision they have in the cars, and that is the acceptable sort of, overtake at who's in right and who's in wrong. So it is a consideration to this, and obviously the GT cars here this weekend is that visibility.
And he was quite a fair way over on the left-hand side of the road, so it might have even been a point that he wasn't even in that.
He wouldn't have seen him in the mirror.
Correct, correct. So good work by Wilson there just to open that steering right at the apex of the turn as we still watch the battle here for position number 1. It's back down to 4/10 between Cheng and Gattani, but you don't really need to talk about the margin too much because it speaks for itself at the moment for our leaders out in front. And just watch these speed trap figures again. 5 kilometres per hour quicker in the draft was Gattani, but he's just happy to sit there at the moment. If anything, he's probably a car length or two back from where he needs to be in order to make a pass. But again, it's maybe a little bit of that dirty air effect as Policina is now starting to make his car wide in the rear vision mirrors of Gattani in front of him. So the later we get in this race, the more that these guys are going to try and move themselves around the racetrack to try and find a way past.
And I think we get another great pickup here by Rick at the same corner as last lap. David's giving him a little bit more space, it looks like this time, to get him through, which is great to see. But also just picking up there, Enzo, new fastest lap, 2:09.1 now.
Look at Wilson
back through.
Back down the inside, if you don't mind, and he's going to give a little bit of a hip and shoulder for foot serving off the racetrack a lap ago. So there is certainly no team orders here at the moment as Wilson is getting the elbows out here and has now flashed the lights to Truern in front. So he means business. He'll go towards the left-hand side of the road here on Mountain Straight. It's going to be a long way around the outside here at Griffin's Bend, but I tell you what, he might just be able to do it. Indeed, he does. Good pass around the outside for Wilson. Now moves himself up into position number 5. This is a juicy little battle.
And then as that just unfolded there, we had Enzo and Antoine just ahead, both go quicker again. So I think as this cloud's rolled over as well, I think the track, obviously the ambient and the track temperature has dropped a little bit here. We might see these times fall even further, but currently Enzo does have that bonus point we're talking about for fastest lap.
I'm loving this. This is fantastic to watch. Wilson giving it back to Armstrong. And now Armstrong is still stuck behind Truern here. And if anything, Armstrong has really built a margin. Sorry, I should say Wilson has really built a margin now between himself and Truern as they go across the top of the mountain here. So Armstrong is getting balked here. He needs to get past quickly if he wants to get back to Wilson in position 5.
And it's definitely, I think that's woken Rod up, that little move that happened in the final corner. It sort of unleashed the beast again, and Rod's really taken off here. And I wonder if also Rick pushing that bit harder at the start of the race has kind of maybe hurt that front tyre a little bit too much at the start. He hasn't done a lot of running on this tyre to know how to manage it at that peak temperature. So that may actually be hurting his performance a little bit now, sort of looking for those braking and, overtaking opportunities in the corner.
Oh, Rick was going from the left-hand side of the road to the right-hand side of the road there, and I thought for a moment he was going to duck down the inside of the kink at around about 300 kph as we go back to our leaders here out in front. They're just passing some lap traffic as well. And here comes Rick back down the inside here in Murray's corner, and he needs to get this job done, as indeed he does. So now that he's cleared Trewern, he'll try and catch Wilson in front of him. But there's about 3.5 seconds now between the pair of them. So that's how much Armstrong lost on that lap in comparison to Wilson. And that's a fair old margin to make up, as we've still got about 10 minutes left in this race.
There's a little bit of a battle going on for Trofeo Pirelli 488. Obviously, Richard Morse, he's cleared out there in P4 outweight, which is an awesome effort. But Ross Tremaine and Stephen Coe sitting in 11 and 12. It's still second and third in class, so they're still fighting over the next 2 steps on the podium, which is great to see. But both of those guys have done a bit of running with us before in Club Challenge, and obviously in other sort of Ferrari race cars they've had. But to see them here in Challenge this weekend at Bathurst and actually having a dip against each other is awesome to see.
Yeah, all rookies this weekend in that Trofeo Pirelli 488 class, which is great to see. Of course, new names coming into the category for season 2026. Still our leaders out in front. Single file formation, just waiting for the right opportunity to make a move. If anything, Gattani might be a little bit closer on this particular lap, but still just happy to sit there at the moment. Pollicina has kind of got the ultimate view of those in front, and hoping something happens to them in order to try and get past the both of them.
And last year we had Ben Porter coaching all 3 of these drivers actually. So this year, a bit of a switch up. We've got obviously Enzo and Antoine here. Big move about to come on here, coming into the chase. Ben looking after P1 and 2 at the moment, but Sam Brabham now looking after Jim Pollicina. So maybe a bit of a change and a bit of an extra fire from Sam here has kind of picked that pace up for Jim.
Gattani, I thought for a moment was going to make the move, then he was closer than he's probably ever been to the back of Cheng, then going down Conrod straight. But again, just happy to sit there, bide his time. They come to the line, still 7.5 minutes remaining in the opening race of the weekend for Ferrari Challenge Australasia. Round 1, race 1 of the championship here at Mount Panorama Bathurst. And it's the battle that we come to expect between Cheng and Gattani. Pollicina then just dropping the edge of the race car off the racetrack, then through the exit of Hell Corner, and that's going to cost him a little bit of time here heading up Mountain Straight now. It's probably cost him around about a second heading into Griffin's Bend here, so a nasty little mistake, and again understeer then through the centre of Griffin's Bend here, so just going out of that little bit of rhythm that he might have had here. It takes you a moment sometimes when the tyres get dipped often onto the edge of the racetrack just to clean themselves up again as well, and that might have been a case there for him once he got back into Griffin's Bend.
And it's interesting they've seen them come into the cutting, just how defensive that line was from Enzo as well. I don't think the move was on there, so he's obviously spending a lot of time looking in his mirror. Well, and these cars have mirrors, and they have a high-definition camera pointing at the back as well. You know, there's the old sort of coaching saying, eyes forward, don't look behind you. But I think in this case, he's had a very, very busy race of spending time covering himself behind.
So Cheng still out in front. And the pace at the moment at 209.1 is around about 7/10 of a second quicker than what we saw here last year. So the race pace isn't bad for these leaders out in front, but you feel like Gattani might just have a little bit more underneath him. Likewise for Pollicina, because he's closed that margin up quite considerably across the top of Mount Panorama. Again, these boys are just waiting for that right time.
And look at Armstrong now. He's got clean air and he's sort of sorted himself out. He's done a 209.20. So he's actually 200ths of a second quicker than what Antoine's lapping at the moment. But unfortunately, he's just got that margin he's lost at the start here. Big move down the inside and a door shut. This might open the door for Pollicina now on the run into the final turn.
It was a big lunge by Gattani, wasn't it? He thought about it, but Enzo Cheng was having nothing of it. And now Pollicina was trying to move the car around. Look at Gattani, how late he was on the brakes then, underneath the rear wing of Cheng, and if anything, it's hurt his exit, and Pollicina might be half a chance now here in the Hell Corner.
Here he goes
for the dive. Big move from Pollicina, pulls it up well and takes away second. The car just squirms on the exit, and that might be half a chance for Gattani to get back past him here. Now going up Mountain Straight, it's wheel to wheel, door to door for the second spot at the moment, and in the meantime, your race leader is just loving this as these two battle for position number 2. Gattani, he's going to have to be careful, but he does complete it by the time they get to Griffin's Bend. That was very close between the pair of them. Gattani holding on.
A lot's just happened in 6.12 kilometres. A lot has just happened there. And we've just got a 208.6 Rick Armstrong. So he's really turned the wick up now. and he'll be taking that bonus point at this stage.
Fastest lap of the race and a new race lap record as well for Armstrong. So here's this replay. This is where it all started. Gattani was late under brakes going to the chase, thought about the move, but then at this particular point thought better of it. Cheng was very good in opening up the opportunity if it came about. And this is where Pollicina was moving the car around to try and find a way past. But it was at this point where Gattani had a slight lunge, but it hurt his exit.
Absolutely. That little clip on the curb on the inside, you could see, just tightened the car up a little bit too much. Lost that momentum. And, you know, as I said, 6.12 Ks ago, Jim was a second behind here. There's all of a sudden in one lap it's turned here. But again, rotating through to Antoine, gets the recovery back in and he's back in position.
A little bit of body damage by the looks, just on the side skirt of one of our
Michael Walker there.
Cars as it goes across the top, and if hopefully that might hold on and doesn't go into a precarious position on the racetrack, because you don't want debris on the racing line at any point. And look at this, it's almost a case of deja vu from what we saw a lap ago. It's going to be round 2 between these boys out in front. So it's Cheng, Gattani, Pollicina again.
Got to run.
Moving the car around, and Gattani, like he did exactly a lap ago, covers heading down into Murray's corner, but this time got a better exit, and Pollicina's probably a car length back than what he was a lap ago. Here comes Gattani. Jeez, he's good under brakes at the moment, but he's probably giving a little bit away on exit.
And we're about 3 minutes to go plus 1 lap here, and this is that window I was saying now where his tyres could be making all the difference for him. It could be giving him that extra confidence under brakes and into corner entry that those 2 laps in qualifying have sat back.
The thing about this is Gattani's got the speed going across the top of Mount Panorama, but he can't do anything about it because it's one lane up there. Speaking of which, look at this battle going on as well further up through the field, because you've got Wilson fighting in with Moore, fighting in with Armstrong, and it's all changing for positions because Wilson now goes up a spot as well.
Here's that replay into one. Oh, it's busy down here. Rod looking inside, Rick looking outside. Rick overtaking both around the outside of one, then going too deep, letting Rod back up the inside. I think there was about 5 overtakes there in about 50 metres.
Just hearing from race control as well that body damage that we saw a short time ago is okay. It's all cleared by race control, which is good to see. So, battle continues on for our race lead. Cheng, Gattani, Pollicina, we've heard this before so far in this race. In fact, Gattani and Pollicina, personal best to the first sector for the pair of them, so they mean business here late in the race. 2 minutes to go. Gattani is close enough. Will he use the draft heading down Conrod Straight this time by in order to make a move? Thunderous roar of these cars as they go over the crest on Mountain Straight. Sorry, I should say Conrod Straight. And here's Armstrong with Wilson and Moore as well. Is there a change here? Looks like Moore just goes towards the outside. In fact, lets Armstrong go through. Smart driving. Very smart stuff to see. Different classes as well, because for Moore, he doesn't want to give up that Trofeo Pirelli 488 class win here. We go back to our leaders. Cheng holding on. I would say probably 2 laps to go, Ren.
And I was just going to say, Rod Wilson, there's the kind of loser in that little overtake there. With he's made it a bit too easy for Rick to get through, Richard. But I think we're going to see a little bit of a tussle here with the front 3 and those next 2 over this next couple of minutes here. But I think you're right, Ryan. We've probably got this lap plus 1 more under our belt.
Armstrong, we said at the opening that position 4 would probably be where he would want to be. Well, he's 5th at the moment. We'll see if he can try and get past Wilson in these final 2 laps of the race. Pollicina's just falling back here, incidentally, as well. And here's this battle we were talking about. So Armstrong up against Wilson. Now, we saw these 2 come to blows earlier on in the race. I don't reckon this one is done just yet.
You can see the attitude there. Rick is pushing way, way harder and deeper under brakes. The rear of that car really dancing around there. So that tells me he's going to be looking for somewhere. There's a big overtake. We're looking bottom of Conrod Straight, Murray's corner. It's going to be a big move if Rick's going to have a go here.
Oh, I'm looking forward to it. It'll be good. It'll be good.
I can't watch. Can you let me know what happens?
Yeah, no worries. I will. You meant to watch your commentator, by the way.
Oh, right.
Words, so it's
I'm new to this.
That's right. So we've got time just about to elapse here, but it's plus a lap. So a lap and a half to go. Leaders down through the dipper once again. Gattani biding his time. Will he make the move? Cheng very strong on the entry into Forest Elbow this time by. back down Conrod Straight again. Policina's still closing in, so he closes that margin in going across the top. He's been giving up a little bit down the bottom on the last couple of laps.
Into sector 1, Armstrong shrunk that gap now to 0.7 to Rod, now 0.6, so it's super close. It's going to be on for young and old here in this last lap and a half.
Here comes Gattani again, just moving it ever so slightly onto the left-hand side of the road. Or Cheng was a little bit crossed up then through the exit of the chase. Will it leave him vulnerable down here into Murray's corner? Not quite. Look at the car just darting as he's into the ABS, into the final turn. Should be a lap to go this time by. So 6.213 kilometres remain in race 1 of season 2026 for Ferrari Challenge Australasia. We've got battles for the lead. We've got battles for position number 4 as well as they head back down into the final turn. Armstrong trying to get past Wilson here. Got a good exit then through the final turn. Shows the nose into turn number 1, but not quite close enough this time by.
Turn 2, they've got history. Turn 4, they've got history. There's a lot that's going to happen in this last lap with those guys, but it looks like now Enzo's got enough of a margin here that potentially there's a move on here for second, though, with Jim and Antoine.
They've got probably a few opportunities going into Forest Elbow if they're close enough. Speaking of opportunities, Armstrong and Wilson, there's body damage. That might have been a side mirror that popped off the side of the Armstrong car. Contact again between the pair of them. Teammates, it's a warfare for position number 4. We're enjoying it. I don't know what the heart rates will be like in and amongst these race suits right now, but it would certainly be well in excess of 100 beats per minute. You don't know where to look between the battles out in front and fourth. Here's the replay. So Armstrong clearly down the inside, and then Wilson was not giving him much. If anything, Armstrong just clipped the inside curb then at the apex turning, which just sent him out wide. Good hard racing between the pair of them, and here's this battle still for position number 1.
This is where it's all going to happen, ladies and gents. This last run down to the final turn through Conrod here, it's going to be on, I think Enzo's safe at this stage, I'd say, for this first part, but I think Antoine is definitely under fire from Jim here.
You're a brave man to say he's safe because Gattani is closing in here, right in underneath the rear wing of your leader of Cheng. He will try and show the nose. He's been very deep under brakes, but not quite close enough. Cheng has got one more turn to try and survive here down into Murray's corner. He will cover, go towards driver's left. Gattani too far back, and he'll have to try and defend from Policina as well. Enzo Cheng will get the job done and start season 2026 with a win here at Mount Panorama. A lights to flag victory, gets the job done. Gattani home position number 2, Policina in 3rd. This isn't done yet either for position number 4. Armstrong, huge dive bomb move, parks him in the middle of the corner, takes away position number 4. Job done.
It was always going to happen, wasn't it? There was always going to be a last lap, last corner with those two. What a great race.
That was a brilliant battle and worth the price of admission in itself here on this Friday afternoon at Mount Panorama. Ferrari Challenge Australasia putting on a great opening race of the weekend here. And if that's anything to go by for tomorrow, I am thoroughly looking forward to race number 2.
Absolutely, that's great. No, I'm going to go and run up to turn 2 to see if I can get myself a free mirror before the locals do.
It wouldn't be cheap either, mind you. It would not be cheap. You've got a fair few spare parts, I should say, from Italy here this weekend. What a great race. Thoroughly enjoyed that one. Enzo Cheng, your race winner. Only 0.4 of a second the margin between himself and Antoine Gattani. Policina home in 3rd, Armstrong in 4th, and Rod Wilson completing your top 5.
And Rick picking up that bonus point for fastest lap. Richard Moore, awesome effort there in Trofeo 488, coming in P6 outright, and straight behind him, P1 for Copper Shell. David Troy, an amazing drive by him, followed by Masahiro Taguchi.
Michael Walker and Ross Tamain completing the top 10 out of the 14 cars that we saw for race number 1 of the weekend. Here's your highlights. And it was a great start from Cheng, wasn't it? Gattani and Policina, they had to get a little bit defensive in that run to turn number 1. Gattani would ultimately hold on to that second spot when they went up Mountain Straight for the first time. But really, the headline act on that opening lap was Rick Armstrong making his way through the field.
I mean, that's what set him up for the end of the race as well. Otherwise, he wouldn't have got to Rod and had that opportunity. So, yeah, hats off to Rick. Worked his way through the group. And again, Richard Moore as well, just getting on with the job in the 408 amongst the bigger 296s was an awesome run by him.
This was a race-long battle between Rick Armstrong and Rod Wilson. This wouldn't be the first time that we'd see them come to blows at the final turn, because they would do the same at turn number 1 as well. Wilson was giving nothing towards Armstrong, a little bit of hip and shoulder into turn number 1. It would continue up into Griffin's Bend, where, thankfully enough for Wilson, he would ultimately get past Trewern, and Armstrong would get past Trewern about a lap later as well, going into Murray's Corner.
Rick really turned the wick up after that little sort of swap with Trewern and Wilson there. He really showed his pace, and to get that fastest lap of the race there towards the end of the race as well just shows he had pace in the car.
And here was this battle that we spoke of, a massive move down at the final turn of the last lap for Armstrong to take away that 4th spot. But don't take anything away from your race leader. Enzo Cheng, tremendous job. Race wing to complete the opening race of the weekend. And of course, what is going to be a long 10 races this year for Ferrari Challenge Australasia. It starts here at Mount Panorama, and that is the perfect start towards his 2026 campaign as he eyes off that championship once we get to Sydney Motorsport Park later on in the year. Another qualifying session coming up tomorrow, another race tomorrow as well, which we'll have on the broadcast across Fox Sports and KO as well. Looking forward to that massive day today, but Enzo Cheng, what a tremendous performance.
It was a super mature drive, just lights the flag run there and kept his nose clean while all sorts of chaos happened behind. So, yeah, driver of the race for me then was Enzo.
One more session coming up here this afternoon. It'll be for the bronze drivers only for the Meguiars. Bathurst 12 hour here on this fabulous Friday at Mount Panorama. I hope you're enjoying the action.
practice sessions down on Fast Friday at the Meguiar's Bathurst 12 hour. One more to go today as we turn our attention towards Saturday and another opportunity to rate the field and see where things stand ahead of this year's Meguiar's Bathurst 12 hour. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the mountain, or welcome to the afternoon session if you are here. A bit of happy hour fun on a Friday afternoon. Richard Crale, Garth Tander, John Hondoff with you, Shay Adam in pit lane as we get set for a bronze-only practice session to round out what's been an interesting day of action. Good afternoon, GT. I wanted to ask you what we've learned today. Aside from the fact that it's incredibly close, I'm struggling to get our lessons from our 3 practice sessions so far.
Afternoon, Rich. Afternoon, all. Yes. I concur. We've learned that they're all very good at going at particular speed, but probably not the speed that's as fast as they can go outright if they were in qualifying trim. So we're just very carefully maybe suggesting that they're all protecting their BOP right now ahead of qualifying tomorrow. So this session's not really about that, though. It's the bronze drivers learning their way around Mount Panorama. And there's the circuit map for you, 174 metres of elevation change. And it starts right there at turn 1 as they climb up Mountain Straight into turn 2 and then run up to the cutting turn 4. Exit of the cutting, steepest climb on the way to the top of the mountain through McPhillamy, over Skyline, through the S's down to turn 17, as we would call it, Forest Elbow. Exit of the elbow, really important for that long run down Conrod Straight to the fastest corner in Australian motorsport, turn 20, just shy of 300k an hour, into a very heavy braking zone. Down to the final corner, turn 23. You do 2 minutes of work around here, John Hindoff. You do not want to throw it away at the last corner.
Keep an eye on the sector times as well. Start line to halfway up the mountain and then most of the way down. And that little short bit at the end. It'll give us an idea of what's going on. I don't disagree with what you're saying, Garth Tander, about hiding your light under a bushel. There is also the concern that you don't want to fence it at this point of the weekend as well. What's to be gained by actually going as fast as you can right now? The conditions tomorrow are likely to be a wee bit different. I think we might see a slightly different take on the sessions tomorrow when we're building up towards the qualifying session.
Yeah, I agree with that. And we'll see a lot more qualifying simulations, particularly in the last practice session ahead of qualifying. And it's actually very frugal with their tyre allowance this weekend. Only the 12 sets of tyres from the start of practice 1 to the end of 12 hours of racing on Sunday afternoon. So that's 11 stints of racing effectively on Sunday. So if you were doing just the race on brand new tyres, you'd need 12 sets of tyres. Correct. But we've got 4 practice sessions today, another 2 practice sessions tomorrow, plus qualifying, plus the Pirelli pole battle. So that's a whole heap of tyres that you would normally throw at the car, but you've got to be a little bit careful of how you use your tyres. So I suggest most of the cars today would have only used 1 set of tyres.
Yeah, because what you've got there is something in the region of what, getting on for 14 hours of running with tyres for 12 hours.
Yes, really, correct. It's probably actually 16 hours of practice.
Yeah, actually, yeah.
And a tyre that is new to this event this year that people don't have a particularly good read on in terms of durability, especially durability, because these sessions are so short. I spoke to Matt Campbell between sessions. He said 40 minutes is not enough time in one session to run through what we're after. And he said that if you go and do a run and want to make a setup change, there's 3 laps gone out of a session where you might get, if you're putting one driver in the car, 15 or 16 laps.
Yeah.
Not enough time. So they are time poor today, especially the teams that don't have a bronze driver in their car, because they miss 2 of the 40-minute practice sessions that are out there. Anyway, those that are out there right now are learning plenty.
Yeah, but it is what it is. And as you say, the bronze qualifying drivers are out there. And we did have a couple of added drivers this morning basically being allowed to go out there because they don't know the circuits.
Yeah, so if you're a silver driver and new to the mountain, you got classified as a bronze effectively for practice to allow the drivers to get those miles. So the pros, they're racing, you don't get the extra miles when you're a pro, so you do your setup work and do all your prep work with one hand tied behind your back. If you're a bronze driver, you get those extra 2 40-minute sessions.
The guys that it's hurt today massively is Valente Rosso in that number 15 McLaren. We shouldn't see that car in this session. There was some, in between the sessions, there were some representations being made to race control, but I could never see that happening in quote-unquote hardship terms for them to get out there. But that's not what this session is about, and they are an all-silver line.
Well, and if we were going straight into qualifying tomorrow morning, the powers that be might give them some discretion, but there's still 2 hours of practice to work through tomorrow.
Just on that McLaren, it's done 2 laps today.
Correct.
Yeah.
Every year we come here, there's one car that has a really, really bad Friday. Yeah, that's that car today.
This year's version.
Not a fast Friday, frustrating Friday for those guys.
But a good Friday for this guy on screen for Jamek Racing and Team MPC. It's Brad Schumacher, the reigning GT World Challenge Australia champion, having won the trophy class and then the AM class and then the top Pro-Am class in the domestic GT championship, all of them in an Audi R8. He stepped up to contest the Meguiar's 12 hour at an outright level this year. They were chasing this car a little bit earlier today with some car setup challenges, so they're continuing to dial that in. Kenny Habbal's gone quickest, but not with a representative lap time. This is the Lamborghini Huracan GT3 wall racing, and it's Grant Denyer behind the wheel, 10.7, so still some lap time to find. But as we touched on earlier, a man that runs a lap of the track just about every day of the week when he's in town. He is one of those drivers that, as far as home turf goes, this is about as local as you can possibly get.
Sounds fantastic. Oh, down at the bottom of the chase.
Around it goes. 21 car. So
yeah,
it was chasing Brad Schumacher, not a bad guy to chase, given he's a local as well. He knows his way around this joint.
Ralph Bourne, the bronze driver in that car. Very, very experienced GT3 driver, allowed by the factory to drive the Evo car long before it was released, just trying to take too much speed into the right-hander there, and ultimately physics takes over at some point, Garth.
Yeah, well, the engine, and in the current generation 911 GT3, the engine's not rear engine, it's more mid-engine nowadays, but inertia took over there, didn't it, with the engine at the back, and easy to do at the chase where you release the brake pedal, get lots of front grip, and the rear can't keep up with the front, and around it went, so no harm, no foul, didn't scratch it, put it in first gear, drive out of the grass and press on for another lap.
Didn't jump on the middle pedal and stay there either, so I think he'll have saved that set of Pirelli tyres. But actually, you get a new set of Pirelli tyres for the bronze.
Yeah, one extra set for these 2 sessions for the bronze drivers. So 13 sets of tyres for these cars, but they basically, at the end of this session, have to give that extra set back, so they can't take them into tomorrow.
Yeah,
if you were Team Boss GT with that, would you want your AM driver to be running now on that one set to get some miles on a tyre that's already done some stints, some heat cycles?
Well, to your point earlier with talking to Matt Campbell, he's saying it's not enough time. So you're effectively getting 15, 16 laps in a 40-minute session, if you include your in and out laps and all the rest of it. So at the end of one session, you're effectively got a tyre that's done half a stint. So you finish this session, you're at a set of tyres that have got end of stint mileage on them. So what I would be doing is calculating the fuel usage. So when you get to the end of this session, you have the equivalent amount of fuel in the car. So you then get the driver to understand exactly what the car balance is like on a set of tyres that's done 30-odd laps, so a full stint, and light fuel. So they're starting to understand the car balance on comparable tyre mileage with comparable fuel load. And that's really important information to take into the race.
Talking about the Wall Ferrari earlier on and the distinctive sound of that, the Wall Lamborghini, excuse me, and the distinctive sound of that Huracan engine. Well, here's another classic motorsport engine and sound combo, because it's the inline 5. The Audi 2.5-litre inline 5 has that sort of slightly off-kilter burr to it that all 3 cylinders and 5 cylinders do. I rather like it, I have to say. It's mounted amidships in the GT2 version of the KTM. And this is another great story, Crailsey, because these guys could have brought a GT3 car to this race. They've persisted with KTM, who supported them pretty well early on with this project. And they're back again, having got the car finally to the finish this time last year.
Yeah, and it's a great story that they come back and some would say perhaps a sucker for punishment, but they got the win last year. Let's jump down to the Elf Oil pit lane and say a very good afternoon to Shea Adam.
Good afternoon, gentlemen, and welcome to the mountain to Max Hesse. Max, big endurance races, your first time at them, it tends to go pretty well. Watkins Glen last year, Petit Le Mans, Daytona was the second time this year, but the Bathurst, this thing is completely different. What do you make of this track?
It's my first time here, so first of all, it's really great to be here. I think we have a quite good lineup in our bronze class, so yeah, let's go for the win again.
It's a bit of an advantage having a bronze driver because you get these extra sessions. Have you been learning a lot more, even watching the telemetry of your co-drivers?
Yes, we have. I mean, first of all, we had unfortunately a little problem in the first session this morning, so I didn't get to drive really. But therefore, the bronze sessions are good because otherwise we would need to, you know, put 3 drivers into the 40-minute session to get him some laps. But like this, he's getting the laps, and so far it's all running quite well.
Now, I walked over into the infield section and saw the fans. There are so many merchandise options for the team. What's it like being part of such a fun organization?
Yeah, it's really cool to have already the small model cars ready. I love to collect them as well, to be honest. So I already have one. No, it's really, really cool. I think also the car really looks stunning. It's this nice green with the yellow. So yeah, I'm very looking forward to the race day. And as you said, many, many fans. Gives a bit like Sebring vibes, everybody having in the infield. So I'm looking forward to Sunday.
What was the biggest difference between practicing this track on the sim and doing it in real life?
I think was the first time we went up the hill with the rental car, and yeah, noticing it's a lot more narrow than on the sim, but after a few laps it feels familiar, so all good.
Good luck this weekend.
Thank you, appreciate it.
That green is very reminiscent of the launch colour of the M5 Touring, the estate car, the wagon that we've had down in Australia for a little while now. BMW decided to launch that car down it. Max Hesse, along with Dan Harper and Neil Verhagen, great story of BMW's young driver programme, where they took 3 young drivers, and it's not like they've taken 3 young drivers every year. They've taken 3 young drivers, they've took them out of their comfort zone, made them house together, live together at the Nürburgring, and basically moulded them into a team and into young adults, as they were all teenagers when they went down there. Had to look after themselves, learn how to do the washing, cooking, run the house, etc. And then have brought them on through their programmes. I hear that they are on the lookout for some more young drivers to do that too, but slightly different to the way the OEMs do it, Crilsey, where we'll often see, you know, 2 or 3 or 4 drivers being promoted every year. They've took these guys, and this has been a, what, 4 or 5 year plan now for that trio, all of whom have repaid the confidence that BMW showed in them as fairly young adults, late teenagers.
Yeah, it's been interesting to see the different approach to the young driver development stuff that goes on. Porsche's is a different program where they'll pick some juniors every year and they go to the shootout and they'll bring them up through Porsche Super Cup and into the junior GT ranks, and then ultimately with the goal of becoming a factory driver. And we've been fortunate enough to have several drivers from this part of the world achieve that. I spoke to Max after practice 1 this morning, and said, what do you think? And we finally got here first laps, and I've seen it from 100 international drivers over 15 years, and it doesn't change. Oh man, it's so much narrower and steeper and faster than the simulator ever showed, and it's just amazing, and I love it. And I've only done 2 laps and I want more. Yeah, ripper young bloke, 24-year-old is Max, and had some success at Daytona as well, which is very, very cool.
But that experience of coming to the mountain for the first time and driving it in whatever the rental car is, Garth, you never forget that. I was a passenger in the left-hand seat of an Audi A4 Quattro the first year I came here in 2013. And I had to remind my driver that A, it was 2-way traffic, and B, it was 60 Ks. Because there was a perfect racing line taken into Hell Corner, and as we were going through Griffin's Bend and heading up towards the cutting, that was when I had to chime in and say, remember, it's 2-way traffic here and it's 60K. And literally 2 corners later, there was the bin wagon coming down the hill.
Do you care to disclose who your driver was?
Negative.
No, okay. But you're in an Audi, so that might be a small giveaway.
No,
okay.
no, that's not the reason.
Okay.
It was not a race driver.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, but it does. I mean, we say it here oftentimes, TV does not do this place justice, just how steep it is and just how fast it is. And for me, coming here 25 plus odd years, that whenever you go out and you do your track work for the first time every year, you come back here and you're walking across the top of the mountain between Reed Park and McPhillamy, and you're looking at the data printouts and you're looking at the walls and you're looking at the elevation change, and you go, even after 25 years, it still gets you that, wow, we go this fast across the top of the mountain and it's this narrow and the walls are that close.
Well, it is, we say this quite often, but it is true. It is a street track as well as a road circuit. A natural terrain road circuit is what the Americans were telling. But there's parts of it that look like an inner city street circuit because the walls are right there.
Right there.
You're actually looking through the wall to your exit point.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
Yeah, and it's incredible. A lot of people talk about how steep it is going up the mountain, but also how quickly it drops from Skyline to the Dipper, and then from the Dipper down to Forest Elbow. Those 2 drops down the shelf are incredible. So we talk about, you effectively you blindly leap over Skyline where you can't see where the road goes. There's so many blind corners across the top of the mountain. It's a real skill as far as car positioning, because you need to position the car in a particular position to be ready around the corner that you can't see, but you have to be ready for it.
Brett Hobson's got the best time at the moment with a 2:06.2. So coming down.
It was a 5.3 in the previous bronze version that he set.
But these again, pound to a penny, that these will be. These were 17, 18 lap all tyres when they went on.
He did 17 laps this morning, and he did his time on lap 14 of 17.
Right.
So now on lap 5, so this tyre is now 22 laps old.
Yeah.
So starting to get towards the end of stint life. So you're not going to expect the same peak lap time that potentially you saw earlier. But that also depends on the fuel load that they were running in the first session when Hobson set that lap time. So still a huge amount of variables that come into lap time that we see here. But ultimately, I feel like this session continues to be all the drivers becoming comfortable, getting laps on the track.
It's familiarisation. Let's be honest, that's exactly what it is.
And those, like your Grant Denyers or your Kenny Habulls or your Brett Hobsons that have got a huge amount of experience as bronze drivers, are contributing to the data gathering exercise over the course of this session to help their pro drivers have a car and a strategy that's going to work for them on Sunday.
Fabio Babini with the Porsche now up into second position at the 79 Tsunami RT car with the multicoloured paint job. Kenny Bull continues to circulate, coming round to click off another lap. That will be his 7th as he goes across the line, and no, check that'll be his 5th lap as he goes back into second place with a 6.3.
Fastest final sector for Kenny, just over 1/10 of a second behind Brett Hobson. So Mercedes 1-2, Babini in 3rd, Porsche, Lamborghini 4th, Adrian Jeets at the wheel, but I dare say that was Grant Denyer that set the time. And Ralph Bond in the Herberth Porsche that we saw have that moment down at the chase 5th, so he's recovered nicely as well.
Darren Curry just into the lane in the IRC GT, one of the invitational class cars. Spoke to team driver, brand owner Danny Studdard earlier today, and they're battling for straight line handling.
Oh, come on.
Way down.
Those things are rocket ships in a straight line.
Apparently, way down.
Don't tell me they're BOP safe.
They were down on straight line speed, so they were making some changes to look for that. Into the lane is the JMR Corvette Z06 GT3. Chevy this morning actually announced a special Australia and New Zealand only model of the Corvette, which is a Bathurst 12-hour edition that will be on sale to local markets here and across the Tasman, which is very cool to see. On the left of screen in the box is the Team BRM Audi R8. Behind the wheel is Kiwi Steve Brooks. Speaking of New Zealanders, he's from the Canterbury region in Christchurch. He's been racing GT World Challenge Australia and paired up with Ryan Wood last year and had a really good season. Just scraped through for a couple of podium finishes, didn't quite get that race win, but he's going to do the bulk of this session in the BRM car to get him up to speed. They're comfortable with where their other 3 drivers are up. Back to Elf Oil pit lane. Here's Shay.
Before the session even began, I knew that I wanted to talk to Grant Denyer because, Grant, you had the most enviable thing in the world, a clear racetrack with no one in front of you, leaving the pit lane to start this session. How good did that feel to just have you in the mountain?
It was delicious. Like that big, beautiful licorice track, one of the world's finest. Just me and a little red rocket You know, just a little old game show host who normally helps people win cash in gold cases. That was as dreamy as life gets. I'm lucky I still get to do this day and age, and you know, to have someone like Marco Mappelli with us, you know, factory Lambo driver from Europe, multiple champion, running in the DTM next year. We're just absorbing all his intel, and he's being very, very generous.
I wanted to ask how he's actually fitting in, because you guys have such a laid-back, calm environment in here where you're just having fun. Has he figured out the fun button yet?
Yeah, we're going to teach him how to smile first. That'll come. But he walked in, he's like, you could see him going, is this how these guys always go racing? But we've made him laugh many, many times now, so he's really starting to get the grift of it. And obviously we've got some gentleman drivers in the car as well, so you have to ensure that we can't just set the car up for him as fast as he would love to go in the car, because then it's undrivable for us. So he's very generous, ensuring that everyone is catered for. He's a smart fella. So yeah, this is, you know, we've had, what, two podiums or 2 class wins. It'd be nice to get another podium, yay.
It's a very tough competition this year, though. I mean, you've got a lot of other cars in the class. How good do you feel about the strength of the Lambo?
I think it's the fastest we've kind of had the Lambo going, to be honest. Marco's brought a few little demon tweaks over from Europe, which is nice. We're running a different setup than we've ever run before. Apparently the Europeans described our previous setup last year as undrivable, so we're using their philosophy now, and it seems to be working. That's the fastest, you know, I've ever gone on day one. So if that's a sign of what's to come, Tony D'Alberto and Marco Mappelli, you know, we should be, you know, there or thereabouts.
Is the goal podium, or are you guys just here having fun again, and then whatever comes, comes?
Podium in class, but I just saw how many cars there are in our class, so might not be as easy as those COVID years, you know what I'm saying?
No, you guys have the heart and soul to make it back up, and thanks for bringing the same livery on behalf of the commentators. You know how much we appreciate that.
It's cool, isn't it? Yeah, we just can't seem to walk away from it. It's a fan favourite. It's now, everyone knows it around the world, this little Australian team. The punch is above its height, and we got the coolest paint scheme to boot.
Well, good luck this weekend. A lot of people cheering for you guys.
It's great to see you, Shay.
Do you know, if only Grant Denyer had more energy and he was more positive, he might have made something.
Oh, he'd have a career in TV,
I think so. Yeah. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
The best thing about a chat with Grant is that you've just got nothing after it to give him grief over, because a height joke at the end that he made himself. He did a woohoo himself, cheered himself on. He just covers it all. It's great. You can put a full stop on it, move on. Such a bundle of energy. It's so good. Brett Hobson's bundle of energy on track at the moment in the number 45 Ram Motorsport GWR Australia car that was quickest in the bronze session, practice number 2 earlier today. Kenny Habul in the 205s is quickest by half a second, but Brett on course to beat that now. So the Mercedes AMGs 1 and 2. BMW's in the mix as well. Brad Schumacher 5th, getting his bronze laps in that pro car. This is down at the BMW M elbow. Bit of friendly fire here. Audi v Audi. Garage next to each other in Elfoyle pit lane. And the Quinn car with Tony behind the wheel, just turning down on Brad Schumacher, who was going by at a great rate of knots.
That's the 3-generation car. There was some discussion about whether that was unique in all of motorsport. And I now, with the collective wisdom of all of you coming in and sending your submissions into RSL_studio, #B12HR, I honestly think it is.
You're calling it?
I think it is. I was trying to remember the Shell Andretti car in 1988. And thank you to our London producer for RSL, Rob Lomas, for reminding me of that car. That was 2 generations.
Marco would have been way too young in 88.
Yeah. So that wasn't working. There's been a couple of other 2 generations. None other an authority than Janos Wimpfen, who is a motorsport archivist and historian extraordinaire, and his books on chassis numbers and cars and what they've done are legendary. He reckons, as we've been saying, that is a unique opportunity for the Quinns to have come and done that. So I think we can call that now in terms of it being something that hasn't happened before. And quite frankly, it'd be very difficult. The Unsers have had a couple of gens, the Andrettis with cousins and uncles. We've seen some in the Creventic and N24 series as well, but 3 generations, 1 team, 1 car. That is something that the story will follow throughout this race. And I love the idea that Tony says, this is for the family. This is pulling the family together, a bit of family legacy. Tony's big on legacy, isn't he, Crilsey?
I'm glad that the press release that we wrote about 3 months ago and said it was the first time in history it's ever happened, we've actually proved to be true 3 months later. That's good. There's the team watching on. You can't miss them getting around the paddock either with the merch. It's an awesome experience down there. It's great fun. The atmosphere is brilliant and they're having a really good time. The whole family is here, and more than 40 guests across from New Zealand as well. All the supporters from the GT members over at Highlands and Hampton Downs have come over as well, with the Pied Piper Josie Spillane guiding them around, and they're having a great time. It's going to be a really cool thing. TQ behind the wheel at the moment, 17th in this session at a 2-minute 14.7. Outright speed is not his worry. Just getting through his stints will be a big tick for TQ this weekend, and then he'll hand over to Kent, Clark and Ryder.
Unofficial Prime Minister of New Zealand is Tony Quinn.
He is.
Self-appointed.
Sir Tony.
Sir Tony.
Was in the New Year's honours at the start of the year.
Yeah.
The McLaren has made its way back. I was like, why is Chaz Mostert in that garage? And, oh, that's right, he owns that garage. So still has the suit on as well, does Chaz? So maybe he's going to jump in the GT4 McLaren as well, but looking like there's a bit of an issue for this car. It's only done the 6 laps in the session, so team trying to diagnose what's going on with it. So they have it on the skates, turning it around back into position. Kenny Habul's moved the benchmark at the top of the timesheets, though, down to a 4.9. Oh, wow. So that's a pretty handy lap time, the fastest bronze session lap time we've had for the last couple of years. For the corresponding session last year, he was second fastest with a 5.9. So that's a whole second faster than he was able to do this session last year. So when you're the other drivers in the 75 car, you're starting to think, hey, Kenny's found it a little bit this year, and we're in a much better position than we were this time 12 months ago. So that gives them a little spring in their step as well.
And we've been talking about that Kenny rule that allows the bronze ranked driver in a pro car to win the race outright, essentially. The better Kenny goes, the more flexibility they have in the race. Yep. So the longer they can keep Kenny behind the wheel, it gives Jules Gounon and Lucas Stoll much more ability and that team to be flexible with their strategy and race day. That's good signs for 75 Express. And a man who absolutely loved this place. There's some interesting branding on cars, Garth, this weekend. So there's HRT on a Ford Mustang.
Yeah, that's
the hub
hard to get your head
which is hard. And there's HDT.
I saw the HDT sticker
on a Mercedes AMG. Yep. So Peter Champion is here, I believe, in the paddock with mates with Kenny Habul, who's got a great collection of old
HDT cars.
HDT cars as well. The 87 Bathurst winner is his. So yeah, there's some famous Bathurst branding on cars that we wouldn't ordinarily associate it with.
I wonder, would that be the fastest that Kenny's gone around here? There was a couple of years ago he was very quick. Yeah. A couple of years ago he was very quick and he blew us all away with his speed, but I'm not sure whether that was a 4. So anyone that does a 4 around here is hustling.
I talked to him at Tractor Town. He says he loses anything between half a second to almost a second over the top of the mountain because the car is set up without compromise for the pro drivers. They're like it pointing, they don't mind the rear end moving around. And he said, look, that wouldn't be the way I would have it, but I have to drive within myself. He said the rest of it I can cope with, but through there I know I can't afford to make a mistake. It would be devastating. And I think that self-awareness is part of why he's so good at what he's doing, because he's not trying to beat the times of the pros that he's got in the car. Let's go down to Elf Oil Pit Lane. Shea Adam is on reporting duties for us this afternoon.
You guys were talking about the 42 Method McLaren and the fact that it's not out on the racetrack. Well, I came down in the garage, and I'm no engineer by any means, but I can tell you the heat waves coming off the car and the corresponding smell, this thing is having an overheating issue.
Oh dear. You don't want that early in the weekend. Losing time in this session By the way, we were talking about Tony Quinn and his legacy. 0 to 60 is one of a couple of books that have been written about them. There's a sort of revised version with added chapters. He's added to his...
He wrote it, and it is...
You can hear his voice in every single word, Grills.
It's what you would describe as a warts and all autobiography as well. Very much worth a read. Kenny has jumped out of 75. Feels like his day is complete with just over 8.5 minutes to go in this session. 2:04.9, and quite justifiably parked the thing up. With a lap time like that, GT.
I'm just scanning the records right now, and I cannot find Kenny have done a faster lap than that. 5.3 in one of the sessions in 2023 was probably the fastest that he'd been. So, no doubt, I think he's going, well, I'm pretty happy with that. Let's park the car, save it up, and give it back to the fast boys tomorrow in Jules Gounon and Lucas Stoltz. And away you go, boys. I've done my job. It's up to you.
It's funny. Every year that team comes here, they can't possibly do it again. They won twice, then they were second, then they were third. Every year, surely not. Surely the way the racing world works, the stars aren't going to align again, and yet every year they come back, they are contenders, and they continue to prove that they are. This car could be a contender as well, because Brad Schumacher's doing a very nice job behind the wheel.
He's done a 5.7. Yeah, that's not shoddy either.
Well, he's about to go quicker than that if he completes this final sector. So personal best, green in the first and the second. He's about to complete this lap. Let's see how it gets him a little bit closer. So it's a 2:05.50. So within 0.6 of a second of Kenny Habul.
You'd be a bit cheesed off, wouldn't you, in the bronze session if you're Brad and you've just done a 5.5 and you're still 0.6 away from the best time of the session.
Yeah, it just shows the job that Kenny Habul's done in this session. It's very impressive. So a 4.9 in the previous session would have had Kenny just outside the top 15 in the outright session.
Within a second of the quickest time.
So to put that in perspective, that's exactly where he needs to be for the job that he will need to do on Sunday.
And what we were saying earlier on, that's not even 1% away from the fastest time. That's 0.81 of 1% away from the fastest time. That's pretty impressive.
The 75 car with either Lucas Stoltz or Jules Gounon in the previous session, I don't know who set the time, did a 4.3. Gounon did a 4.3. So I'm not sure that Jules is showing us everything that he has, but just puts that lap time in perspective.
I canvassed a couple of drivers after that last all-in session, and while they were all very confident there would be significant lap time gain found in qualifying trim, as there always is, everyone I spoke to thought that was a pretty good read on race pace that we saw today. So if you
they pretty much had the tanks full.
Yes,
probably
so
code for that.
It's amazing to say in a Bathurst Enduro that your race pace is going to be low fours and high threes. The Method Motorsport car going back out into the lane. A little systems check with 6 minutes to go. You talked about Chaz in team owner mode. They have got a massive program lined up this year. 6 cars in GT4 Australia.
Oh no!
They're going to run.
Top of the mountain, I think, is that the Aston Martin GT4?
The GT4.
Exit of Reed Park.
It's Graham Dowsett behind the wheel, very experienced Kiwi. He's done a lot of international endurance racing and has been here before. And the red flag flies with 5.5 minutes to go. So that's going to end the day.
Almost got a clean, fast Friday.
Well, I mean, it's amazing we've gone this far through the day without even an interruption in a practice session. That's had a very big impact.
Right rear, suspension, bodywork damage. Right front as well. That's been a clip on the wall coming over the top there, Garth.
It's not just the bolt-on stuff that you look at. It's the energy that's gone into the chassis, into the driveline, into the transaxle, through the engine. It's all the stuff deeper into the car that you don't know about until you get down and pull the car apart. So let's have a look at this. We're dropping down into Reed Park, out to the grate. The Porsche's trying to get up the insides, the Herbert Porsche. And was there contact? We don't actually see it, but I dare say there was an argument over real estate right at the apex at Reed Park.
Yeah.
So has the Aston seen it? I mean, the Porsche's a long way there. It's actually in front. And the Aston just turns into the rear, and you do not have to be too wide at the exit of Reed Park. You see out into the grey, and you are now a passenger on the way to the scene of a reasonable size accident.
That's driver's side of that Aston as well. For been coming up the other side. You've got to see there at that point, and at some point you've got to lift or that's an odd one. That something awry there in a practice session with 5 minutes to go at the end of the day, Crilsey.
Not sure Graham Dowsett saw the Porsche up the inside.
Can't have.
So, but the Porsche was effectively in front. And you're right, only 5 minutes to go. You say, well, why take the risk? But ultimately, we have one very damaged GT4 Aston Martin.
That was Alfred Renard behind the wheel, by the way, of the number 21 Porsche from Herbeth Motorsport. Back down to the Elf Oil pit lane. I think that'll bring the end, indeed. Race control, a half called that with just over 5 minutes left on the clock. That will end the day. Shea Adam has more news from the lap.
With the fastest man of the session, Kenny Habul. Kenny, the boys in the booth were trying to figure it out. We think that's the fastest lap you've ever done around this place.
It might be, it might be. I felt a lot of pressure from my teammates who are telling me that I have to do a 4 around here or I'm not a man. So, yeah, I'm not much for, you know, quali laps, but they put the new tyres on and had low fuel and said have a go. And to be honest, it was fun. It was actually easier to drive it faster with low fuel and new tyres than what I'm used to. So I really, it wasn't very stressful. I probably could have done a 3, to be honest, looking at the data and the sector time. So yeah, not something I want to do again, but you know, I did what I was told.
But how does that help you with your confidence, with your ability to drive the car when you do get a situation like that Joel and Luca are used to, and you know now what the car can do?
Well, now that I can get closer to them, I can reduce their pay, which is the whole point. But no, it was very good experience for me because the places where I struggle, like I struggle here more than anywhere. I'm a lot closer to them in Daytona or Suzuka or wherever. Some places I can almost match them, but here I'm quite a ways off because of the little section at the top where the grate is and McPhillamy. And for me, every time I want to carry more speed, the back is very unstable. And I drive it the way they like it. And they like the front very pointy. I don't, but it makes it hard to go quick across the top. So just doing this, it just gave me a better feeling for how much speed I can carry. And I think it'll help me in the stints now. So I think it'll improve me all around.
Do you feel a difference this year? The way that you drove at Daytona even was more impressive. I feel like your driving is really coming together.
Yeah, I wish I knew what I did. I don't really know what I did to repeat it, but no, Daytona was fast. The car was good, and Chaz is a good teacher. Maro is really good there and just sort of sits me down and helps me. So it's always been a strong place for me. But yeah, I mean, at my age, surprisingly, yeah, I'm driving really well and I'm having fun. You know, that's the most important thing. Have fun.
Age is just a number. Fun keeps you young. Right. Keep enjoying this one.
I can bench press more than these guys anyway, even if they're faster than me.
Well, I think you should bench press them.
Thanks.
Good luck, Kenny.
Yeah.
Key point there, new tyres. He said new tyres. But I think that is actually not a bad strategy. Saw it in other championships when the non-pro drivers have had to take part in qualifying, so they get low fuel new tyres, which they hadn't normally get. It increases their confidence in the car so much, Garth.
Yeah, and I think what they'll probably do with that tyre set is they'll save them for when Kenny gets in the car, so he doesn't have to roll out on a brand new, shiny set of brand new tyres that take probably 2 or 3 laps to bring in and get the grip working, whereas he's already done that work and they're ready to go for when he jumps in for the race. Here's the contact with the Herbeth Porsche getting up the inside of the Aston Martin at Reed Park. Slightest contact sends the Aston Martin wide. And then you can see right here, once the rear of the Aston Martin gets away out into the grass, next stop will be a very solid concrete wall and significant damage to the right rear. And then it brings the front, actually really significant damage. And then I don't think the front gets all the way around enough that it gets to the wall, but significant amount of energy gone into the rear of that car, just kisses the right front. But the energy that's gone into the rear of that car is significant, and I wouldn't mind betting it's moved some chassis rails and things like that underneath the skin. So hopefully they can have that going again tomorrow, but there'll be a bit of heart surgery tonight.
You mentioned the transaxle as well. The drive shafts have taken a pushback into the right rear corner and suspension. So we lose 5.5 minutes, Krilsey, of the day in terms of running. It had been a clean and green Fast Friday to that point, set up nicely for tomorrow. The best news is, although the car is bent, the driver has got out under his own steam.
McLaren didn't get back out of Elfoyle pit lane as a result. So that is Friday done and dusted here at the Meguiar's Bathurst 12 Hour. Follow all the action on bathurst12hour.com.au or on the social media channels overnight for all of the news and the updates and the colour from a massive day on the mountain. We're back bright and early with a couple more practices and then right into qualifying here at the mountain. We hope you enjoyed your day from our entire team. Thanks for joining us here at the Meguiar's Bathurst 12 Hour.